almost didn't start recording and going on YouTube. Gotta make sure those are all running. I've forgotten many times. And then I only have the Twitch stream. Actually, I forgot again. But I did have YouTube. Smell like cleaner or something. Tastes like cleaner or something. Delicious. Let's see. I need to find that stream. Was it the most recent one? I feel like it was. Yes, so that's on the recording. And this guy is not on the recording. I'll put that in my saved messages. Wow, I can't spell. Okay. Okay, well. Ready to start. Interesting. No idea. E. What if that's the problem? Is this guy used by anybody else? No. So why don't I put it on here just to be like, this is the problem or something like that. Okay, what does it say? Okay, so let's see. If this stream's item can be converted into a future, then this adapter will buffer up to n futures and then return the outputs in the order in which they complete. No more than n will be buffered at any point in time, and less than n may also be buffered depending on the state of each future. The returned stream will be a stream of each future's input. This method is only available in SSD or alloc. What happens if I put 0 here? Does it just blow up? Hello, YouTube chatter. Why would it break if it's 0-0? Wouldn't that be a bad? I guess I could test it. Okay, we'll test it. The Fool. I will play the Fool. I'm so much more interested in Rust. Pay you 1K to delete fly trials. I wonder how much money I've made from fly trials. I'd be interested to see. Oh yeah, Roblox changed groups to be called communities, just like how they changed places to be called experiences. Probably a lot because of me. Let's see. Dua. Oh no. There's 3 people playing. No way. Wow, it has really bad stats. Overview. 245 Robux. No way. Fly trials private servers. $65 Robux. Period. Look at the delicious world records. It is a little bit too much fun for what it is. The Fly Trials game. I was briefly addicted to that. Oh, the stats are so bad. All right, look at this. Fly Trials monetization. It made 245 Robux once. Rocket Strafe. Rocket Strafe is I would say that's like sort of the peak speed style where ultimate speed. $65 Robux per day. Oh, going bankrupt. Wait a second. Is that even worth it to host? Math. All right. What did I say? 65. How about Death Run? Let's just say 30. Number. I make just under $7 a month from fly trials. Let's see, what does It's a Name make? I sent him a message. Excuse me. I should probably include the... Don't check Discord. No matter what I do, you're in control. Right, what was I going to do? I was going to... change this. Let's see. ID. Right. Ban me? How much times I pinged you? I don't get notifications from Discord, so. Okay, I'm gonna open the Fool. Play the Fool. I think this is, yeah, okay. Okay, then we're gonna go. I don't need that. I don't need that. We're just testing. Yeah, I don't need that. We can drop it. Drop. Pop it. Drop it. Okay, so I'm over here. Okay, I'm gonna add cargo. Add Tokyo. I don't want features. Okay, whatever. It'll tell me. Futures. I think that's the one. Executor. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. Okay. All I need to do is look at this goober and make a thing that's like that. So let's do that. Okay, so we're going to do let list equals we're going to say it's a list of U8s, and it's something. Is that allowed? Can you say, oh yes, it's a list? I think you have to specify the length. Oh, semicolon. All right. Actually, I don't know. Why don't I just say I'm a 1, ooh, and then futures. What does this do? Stream iter. Okay. Iter, rater, list. You can just do that, right? Yeah. Okay. And then secret feature PR. Is that a hint to not leak it on stream? Because you definitely needed to hint me that. Map. Num. We're gonna do. Print it. And then we're gonna do. Oh my god, no, I need to do like. Something that doesn't matter. And then I do buffer unordered 0. And then. Oh, do you need to do something else? Hello? Oh. Okay, what does this do? Okay, so it returns a async. So I need to do Okay, so I think that was the problem. Wait, why is it doing buffer unordered again? All right. Mm. Shouldn't that be? Oh, it's already an option. Okay. So I need to do something dumb like that, and then go like collect, surely, and then do like on the future, and then right. I'll need to do this. Okay. Why did you do that? What? Do this. What? Vec of U32. Let's go. And then now Oh. Okay. Okay, so there's something right there. And then all I need to do is go, print something, and then go like, yeah, and then, oh, frick, okay, so I need to do like, oof. I need like macros. And then it'll be like, actually, you're stupid. And then I have to figure out why. Maine. Tokyo, Maine. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna look at this one. Tokyo. Macros. RT multi-thread. I'll do it like this. Are you good? Huh? Oh, wait. Wait, what? Do I have to do like this? The main functions is not allowed to be async. Uh-huh. Okay, I don't understand. Oh. Why? Why? Did I get the freaking thing in the thing? RT multi-thread macros. Is that, did I do the wrong one? Yes. Jesus. Okay. Well, that was confusing. Okay. Does it know what this is? Yes. Okay. Okay. Now what happens? A cargo build run, nice. What's going on there? Why is it doing like that? What? So I got this number. It's like, oh, 0. Okay. And then if I go like, ooh, there's 0 things in the list. Yeah, type annotations. Yeah. What I have to say, this is a U32. All right, let's chill with that. Okay. Okay, do this, and then do this. Oh. Well, there's the bug. Um. Okay. Uh. Game RPC bug. The bug. Cool. Hmm. Uh. Uh. Well, that's kind of crazy. I just found the bug. No, it's here. Mm. Oh, it is here. Where's my thingy? Yeah, one. Oh, mark up on the button. What did I call it? Why is this guy talking? This is supposed to be a song. Um. Okay, so that was very lucky that I found that. So now, ha 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 ha. See it? So it behaves differently when you put in 0 or 1. Let's see if I can find the code.
Assert stream. Buffer ordered new.
Probably they'd be like, actually, that's intended behavior if I report it as a bug. Maybe even better, they would say like, oh, don't do that. Do this instead. Use this thing instead of doing that. If I did that. If I reported it as a bug. Reporting bugs is only helpful. Like, either they go like, oh, we didn't know this, and then they fix it. Or they go, actually, you can do it like this, using this thing over here, and that works better for your use case. And then I learn. But oh my god. Okay. Something happens. Okay, we go. Okay, well, I can foresee. Uh, prevent futures from yielding indefinitely when list length is 0. Perhaps there is an object better suited to do this, but I don't know what it is. Oh my god. All right. Cool. Cool. Okay, well, let's look at the thing. Secret underground bunker. Okay. Okay. So the fellas say big thumbs ups. I'm going to click this. And I'll delete the branch after, because I'm not sure what's going to happen. Okay, now I click this, and it goes like, ooh. Okay. Caught in the trap. We're lost in music. Okay, should I delete the branch? I can delete this one. Okay, actually I can delete the both of those because it should. Wow. Hmm. Okay, well there's a bug fixed and new feature. Um I guess test it. Um I guess I'll link it. Golang. So this is supposed to be me working on the thing, but I instantly got distracted and started writing Rust. I'm really not that interested in writing Golang. Oh, I fixed a bug. I fixed a bug. Okay, well then also that should mean that the other one should be done diddly do. Actually, Doge, can you if I approve the pull request, can you merge it on the game? I'm curious about that. I suspect not, but yeah, I want to see. Because I reviewed it and then maybe I have to resolve this as well. I don't know. Foot almost cramped. Which button do you want? Oh, the button is available. Do rebase fast forward. Or actually, how many comments are there? There's one. Yeah, rebase fast forward. I just did squash for the game RPC, but that makes the PR title into the comment message. And PR description as well. Merged. Is the button available otherwise? If I don't approve it? I know you can directly do the branch, but that's cool. Admin approval. How's the build? The build is checkmark. Okay, well it should be all live on staging. I will close the the secret handshake screenshots and go back here. So many map fixes. Oh my god. It doesn't even show up unless you approve it. It's super cool that you can do that like that. I really like that. Okay. That probably works for like PR to master as well. Approve these changes. Okay, what was I? Oh yeah, okay. We go here. We load the Roblox environment variables, and then download the did I change the name? No. Alright, so this is me doing that, and then boom, there's new ones. I'll do anything to not work on the Golang. Alright. Well, oh, yes. I think that's good. Uh-oh. So then we do map fixer, interactive review. There is a script that exists. And it's this one. Ooh. The comments. Do I edit it or do I not edit it? The code, the active code is fine. Can I like disable this permanently? But the commented out code is bad. That would be my edit. But then if I'm editing, yeah, no, I think that makes sense. Because like, the point is to have like high quality scripts, and if someone if someone finds this script, uncomments these lines, then that's what I would want them to be. Pass. Oh, so close. Is this the same map? No. Okay. Makes local variable, doesn't use it. Classic. Okay. Hooray. Now we upload the map fixes. Okay. Get out of here. We're looking here. Beehive maps. EFGHI. Huh. Okay, and then that's a big delete, and then oh, I can do this here. Okay, ID. Hooray. That is not correct. ING. Okay. Oh. Just making sure. Manual process. This is the process I'm trying to replace with the Golang CRUD app. Let's go 1. Okay, so then we do this one, and then that one. So I'm gonna do move. Wait. Nine 7 7. Did I just not do that? Okay. So I uploaded 3. No, I uploaded 4. Yeah, okay. 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 Mods. I'm gonna heat this. Cool. I did maps. I successfully procrastinated something useful. Ow. Fine, I'll do it myself. Oh. I was beaten. Okay. So what's the idea now? Meow, meow, meow. Hypothetically merging myself? Yeah, exactly. Isn't that exciting? You can click the button and it makes the game go. I love the CI infrastructure. It's so modern. Get the click buttons. Okay, so I'm not really sure exactly what the architecture is anymore. I thought I knew last week. I thought I was like, all right, got it. And then its name was like, you're stupid if you're making an RPC because we're not limited on requests. And I was like, oh, yeah, I guess. But is it not just a good design? D1. What is a D1 coffee drinker? Okay. Well, yeah, I don't. That's kind of one of the things I wanted to determine the stream was like, maybe I should just talk to It's a Name. He said he was off this week. Um. Hmm, 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 hmm. Okay. While I'm waiting for that, check, 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 check. Um. Uh. What is the difference between CRUD and REST? No way. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. Sure. Call the up group. Get the other gamers in on the action. Uh. Okay. Let's make sure Discord can be heard. Hello?
Uh, yeah, what's up?
Hold on, let me get the audio working for the stream. No, it'll be this. Okay. Chromium, say something. Oh, did something happen? Okay, surely it's this one. Alright. Is your audio on the stream? Say hello. I can. Oh, yes, it is. Okay. Okay. So, questions. So, if I'm not making it exactly the same as the game RPC and the data service, how should it be made? I want like a website that I make that has just very simple buttons to do the basic operations, and possibly also usable
You
from the game.
you want a
So
website that does things. Gotcha.
yeah, exactly. So I think I need REST because that's like Roblox only does HTTP, and then I use the same thing from my janky website, and it's not an
Wait,
RPC.
what?
Can you do that? Can you like use the same thing?
I'm sorry. I was responding to like an item. What was up?
Uh, so if I so you said Maps RPC is a bad idea. It's not the same thing as the game RPC.
Yeah. So like, at least from what I understood from what you were originally going to say, is that you're going to basically just build out like an RPC the same way you kind of
Mm-hmm.
architected the game RPC, and then try to turn that into like some service that you interact with, like a website, right?
Yeah.
That is that fair?
What did you say?
How much did you hear?
Uh, you said the last thing you said. What's the last thing you said? That's
Anyways,
fair.
basically, you wanted to make the normal game RPC, but just for maps, same architecture and everything, and then just use that for a website, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then you said, don't do that.
Yeah, can you fix your like Discord like gain? It's like I'm getting like half of your shit.
Gain.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah, I don't think I'm hearing everything you're saying, to be honest.
do I have a problem with? I forget how to fix this. Where is Discord? Chromium input. Input mono. What? Hello. Ooh! It goes all the way up. Discord gain. User settings. Voice and video. Input device. Test. Wow. Okay, well. Okay, we turn down the sensitivity.
Cool. Okay. 1 second here. Okay, yeah. So gRPC, I mean, you can make it work over the web. There's like adapters for it, but at its core, it's just going to be still just normal HTTP like traffic for your browser, and there'll be some like adaptation layer. But it doesn't make a lot of sense to do that. Just make a normal like RESTful like web API and have some kind of JS client like call it on the client, and then go from there. And that would be your Go side of the equation, where you're basically just doing like real simple stuff. Like I create map, I maybe do something with map, and then I transition map to other state. Then you have your, magical Rust, I guess, maps validator component, which will run and listen for basically like streaming events from like nats or whatever. So once the message comes through that a map needs to be scanned, then you'll basically handle that message in your Rust and go download the map from Roblox, parse it, do all the script filtering, maybe flag scripts that aren't whitelisted, and publish them to either a database or just make it so it's queryable. And then from there, that's kind of your architecture, where you basically do most of your data manipulation from the API side. Like you interact with the database there, and then any of your super specialized, like rusty stuff is kind of its own service, right?
So you're thinking that the map service that's written in Golang does more than the data service. It's not just a shim to the database. It's doing the same things as the RPC is doing for the game RPC.
Yeah, I would think most of your business logic sits inside of there, and then some of your more complex processing will happen in your Rust service, right? Some of like the asynchronous stuff that would happen would be in the
Okay.
Rust service.
So, okay, so you're thinking that that service does whatever checking it needs to do, and it is manipulating the database, and then at the last stage, it sends out a NATS message and is like, all right, go ahead and push this map either to the main game or to the staging place, and it'll like do its checking things. Okay.
Not quite. You probably have messages that will show up when there's a new map, and your REST service would listen for that, and then do any map validation that needs to happen, right? Because I don't think you want to just finally scan for scripts at like the last second. When I was like, oh yeah, this map's good. Let's roll it out, right? You don't want to do that last second. You want to do that as early as possible, right? So whenever there's whenever it like flags for under review, then you just run it again. So
Okay, so you could have multiple messages. You do like validate only. You do validate and publish.
well, you probably don't want to do validate only, validate and push. You probably just want to literally just do validate and then a separate message which is push, right? Because the way you would kind of gate this out is that you wouldn't let it transition to the state where you're actually like, publishing if it hasn't been validated. That doesn't make a lot of sense, right?
How would you do that with two separate messages, though?
Well, because they happen at different times. Like it shouldn't be possible for a map to basically pass validation and get pushed at the same time, right? Because validation should happen early in the process, right, before it even hits staging, right? Uh, so you want to have it validated before it can even transition to a state where it would even start being published, right? I forgot what you had listed for your states or whatever, but like, you have the new map, and then when it's gets submitted for review, then you will validate that, and then it can't transition further off of review until it's passed whatever, I guess, code validation you need from the Rust side.
I was imagining staging as a less safe area, but that would work as well, where it's fully
I mean,
validated
yeah,
area.
if there's nothing approved about it, then I don't know if you really want to entertain it further, right? They probably want to have whoever's working on it to, fix whatever needs to be done for the script side
Yeah, I guess you can
before
push
you
that all
even
to
like
map
have
test.
people waste time with it on staging, right?
Yeah. Hmm. Ooh. Yeah, that's not a problem. I think that's just as valid of a place to do it. Do it as early as possible, sure. And then staging is a safe zone for testing safe updates. I was imagining like being able to use it to test like new map features or something. But like if you don't need to edit your scripts after they're already validated,
I
then
guess why would you use it to test new map features? Can't you just like why would you need staging for that?
I don't know. I was sort of imagining it as like a map council playground to do things with maps, but validated. I don't know. I was like, I guess all the friction happens in staging, and then map test is free form, and like there's not validation. So I mean that still makes
Yeah.
sense.
At least to me, staging is like the first controlled environment where you
Mm-hmm.
introduce changes to,
Yeah.
right? And then things should basically promote from staging to the production environment basically unchanged if they are, I guess,
Okay.
proved, right?
So instead of validate and publish, you validate and push to staging, and nothing exists in staging without being pre-validated.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
What I would
Uh,
probably imagine is that you I guess there's if you grab the asset ID and the version, there's no way to like change that version's model in like some malicious way. Like, do we trust Roblox to at least honor
I
that?
believe so. Yes.
Okay, cool. So you run validation, you just mark that asset version as okay, and then
Um.
if your map moderators or whatever approve it to go into staging, then it will basically do that, or maybe do it some automated way. I don't know where the manual gates are going to be, but
Yeah, I think that we don't actually need the asset version. We can just do validate push to staging as sort of one operation, and that just takes whatever latest version is the map and validates that and pushes it to staging, and now it's in staging and it can't be modified by anyone. Well, actually, it can be modified.
what's your workflow for getting it into staging in the first place? Like, is
Uh,
there manual interaction for that, or is it just it just kind of goes there?
where's my stupid image? Um, so I was imagining. This is my amazing diagram. Uh, sure, we'll do this. Sure. So I was imagining that I
God,
would.
is it 720p?
I was imagining that I would do only this stuff on the left side. So I was imagining like you have a web page to submit a map test map to staging, and it does the validate publish operation the accepted
Okay,
operating.
so you're not implementing any of the stuff on the right
Mhm.
side.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I was thinking. Trying to minimum viable product this stuff first,
I
and
mean,
then do all
honestly, why
the
not
stat
just
sheets.
like go for the whole thing? Because like the backend
Yeah,
logic isn't really the hard part for this stuff. At least for me,
it is for
it's the
me.
annoying stuff is doing like front end stuff, right? So you
Yeah.
have to make a whole UI for all this garbage in the whole
Yep.
review process.
Mm-hmm.
Like just writing comments and stuff like that. That's like maybe like a 10-minute job to implement in like code. It's not that
Yeah,
crazy.
I wanted to like try to have something that does stuff and then make the front end. So like have the back end and you can like do it from a programmatic interface, but then or I mean like from command line or something, and then I make the front end at the hard part. I don't know.
Gotcha. Yeah, when I'm talking about your, I guess async service and messaging, I was kind of thinking from the aspect of like the whole thing, the do now plus do later, where basically before it would get accepted and promoted to even staging in the first place, it would have to go through the review, right?
Yeah, the map council review.
Yeah, so like the whoever's submitting the map would basically they would make whatever edits they need to make and then click the button that says submit for review, and then once they click that button then it goes sends off the message for it to be
Mm-hmm.
validated, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then before it can go anywhere else, right?
So you think that'd be Nats as well?
What do you mean? I mean, that's
Yeah.
just going to be how you're going to talk between the API and like your just the Golang service and the Rust backend, right?
Yeah, the validation thingy. So yeah,
Yeah.
that would sort of happen here. So that wouldn't necessarily okay.
Yeah, basically what I would imagine is that I guess people can click to like it's your map, like reviewers can like accept it to go to staging, right? But that button would be basically grayed out if it hasn't been uh, reviewed yet through the I guess the service.
The validation.
Yeah, so if the map hasn't been validated, like the asset isn't validated, then it would probably just be sitting there waiting.
So what? When you load the web page, it does a validate, and then
No, it would whenever you submit the map for review, right? So it's transitions from like a brand new map to I guess under review or whatever we're going to call the status, because there's not a status that you have here listed that really kind of reflects what it would be. Um, I guess submitted, right? Whenever it transitions to submitted, right? It would do a validation again, right? And then it goes back to changes requested, right? And then I assume you update the model or something like that, and then submit it again, and then it goes back to submitted, and it does another validation again. And it basically rinse and repeat until it gets accepted. And once it's accepted, then we kind of take that model as is because you already know it's clean, I guess.
I was imagining it as like all in one go. When you press accept, it just tries to validate and push all at once, and there's no like grayed out
Well, I
button.
guess why would you want to validate it after you've like on accepting, right? Wouldn't you want to just know that like immediately, like as it's submitted, so that you
Where would
can
that
submit a
information be
request for
stored?
changes?
Where would it be? Where would it store like this map has been validated?
Just in the database? I don't know. I mean, you have a database, you can store whatever you want.
But then you
Like
do
what I said,
need
you probably grab the
the asset
version,
version.
right? The asset version and the asset ID,
Mm-hmm.
and then you just have like a little flag, or you make it a state or something like that, where you can mark it as a validated or not. And then if someone makes an edit to it, then you remove the validated flag.
So the validation depends on a Git repo that I maintain of all the scripts. This one, and I review the scripts for the maps that are trying to get in the main game and the map fixes as well. So I would get in the way wherever that happens. and it would need to like try to validate, and then it would go, oh, none of these scripts are whitelisted, and then somehow I would need to know
Yes.
that.
So you would probably need that in part of the initial like review process, and not before it gets to staging, right? So whatever your statuses are here might be, scripts get promoted for quant review or whatever you're gonna have people do review for.
So that would have to be a
So
2-stage accepting something. Like
possibly,
after
or when you get it kicked back for unapproved scripts, it could just require now that you sign off on it, right? Doesn't necessarily need to be like another stage, right? It just be part of the requirements for it to move to accept it, right? Because like normally you would just like, oh, maybe I need 2 approvals from I guess the map reviewers, right? But oh hey, this has unapproved scripts. Cool. Now you need the 2 map approvers or whatever, and now you need like some script admin approval, right? So
so like what happens is it like bounces off the validation, right? Because it's reading that repo of all the allow list scripts, and then
I think what you do
the
for that
scripts.
repo, I think what you do for that repo is you probably just add like a GitHub Actions thing that takes all those scripts that are in that repo and then pushes it into the map testing database so that it can review them from there. And then that would be the way I'd go about it. Or either that, or when you build the map testing thing, probably just make that like a sub module or something like that and have it part of it. Or just completely take it out of a Git repo and then also build it into your UI and APIs that you're going to build for this, so where people can view the list of scripts on the website or something like that.
Oh, that's right. I had this whole idea of like, oh,
Yeah,
well,
I
I'll
mean,
have
because the
a
problem
UI
is
interface for
that you want to.
myself.
I assume is that if you approve that map right for like the script review, and it has some scripts that you don't that weren't originally whitelisted, right? I assume you'll want to flag some of them as like whitelistable and push them back, right? And sure, you could just your code push to the Git repo, but that's kind of jank and not too clean. So you probably just want to honestly just have a database that has them all set in.
What it does is it reads every single file when the like validator runs and puts them in a hash table, and then runs the scripts through the hash table. That's how it works. It reads like thousands of files every single time.
Yeah, I mean, you can still do that. I mean, thousands of files from a database perspective is really not much at all. So,
Yeah, it's not slow at all.
yeah. I mean, we currently just do queries on like millions of records at a time. So, I mean, it's not a big deal.
Oh, my brain is melting of like using a database instead of files.
I mean, I guess if it's a hash, you can literally just get a list of the hashes anyways, right?
Yeah, is there like a database way of doing that like does I guess there must be, right? Of like, does this key exist, or does this exist in the hash set?
Well, I mean, I guess yeah, you could do it like that, but I mean, since it's not a lot of data, I'll probably just query like literally the whole list and then just load that into memory and just have that.
So just, yeah, get every single script from the list, query the entire thing,
Yeah.
and then construct
Yeah.
the hash table locally, and then do the.
Well, no, you'd probably just have the hashes already pre-computed in the database, so you can just grab them. Like you probably have like one column is the hashes and the other one is like the script or something like that. So if you want to like view the script later on,
What's that
and when
called?
you write your query,
There's
yeah,
a
when you
good
write
name
your
for it.
query, you just only select the hash column, so you don't have to like network over like the whole scripts because you don't do anything with them.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I have IDs. What I'm doing is I'm mapping the script that needs to be replaced with an ID, and then I read the ID from the allowed scripts, and that says my version. So I edit it, and then it says replace this version with my version. Yeah, it doesn't super matter what the implementation details are.
Yeah, I mean, you have a database, you can do whatever you want with it. Store any data that you need. Yeah, just have a script table that has all your whitelisted scripts, or maybe the scripts you replace with, or something like that. There's ways to organize it, but I mean, I think you get the point.
Oh, I want to write everything in Rust. I started the stream today, and I immediately distracted myself and started writing Rust for the game RPC. I found the bug of why it was crashing, but like, Golang is just not exciting, appealing.
Yeah, yeah, it's a really boring language. There's not a lot going on with it, and that's why it's great for just building like really shitty web APIs that don't really do much, right?
I wanted a thin shim just to approve its name, satisfy its name, and then do all my business logic in Rust. You're saying
Nah,
that
yeah, doing your business logic in Rust. You're just doing map validation in Rust, and that's pretty much it.
And
The
it's
entirety of
Go.
everything is gonna be in Go. And the big thing is all mature libraries that are like super battle tested are in Go, and you don't have to deal with like fairly new libraries that are in Rust that may not have all the features or may have random bugs.
that I have to manually add JSON encoding to.
And I also don't have to read your like absolutely schizophrenic Rust code. That's
these
a
are the
bonus.
patch. Where is it?
Yeah, I feel like when you switched to Rust, right? I feel like you basically went backwards in terms of like code structure and like organization, right? Like you did like a whole bunch of stuff in like Lua where you're like, oh, I'm gonna start using objects, I'm gonna start like doing all this other stuff, right? And then in Rust, I feel like it's just like a single folder with like a fuckload of things in it, and that's it. So this guy doesn't make
Well, I haven't
packages,
made anything
reusable stuff
huge
or
yet.
anything.
I don't have like 40,000 lines of code projects.
Don't you have like a whole game engine?
Well, yeah.
And then all just like literally just like one like package or whatever? There's no like
there's
reusable code in it or anything.
multiple
It's just kind of just
packages.
fucking.
There's the common code between the game engine and all the tools like the map conversion and the like bot file stuff, file loading. They all link to the common code, which should probably be split out even further, but there's a minimal level of organization. I do try to have modules and reuse code.
I haven't looked at it, but do you still have like big functions that kind of just do everything?
Oh yeah, the physics is so wild. I'm just trying to make a thing that exists, and then I'll fix it later.
Yeah, you'll fix it later, huh?
Yeah,
Famous
for
last
sure.
words.
For sure.
Yeah, totally gonna happen.
So what? I need a rest on Golang. So I'm not making gRPC. I'm making rest in Golang.
Yeah, because gRPC it can't be done through browsers.
And neither through Roblox. Okay. So it's like it's not just a carbon copy of the data service. It's just something new entirely that I don't know how to make, and I'll have to learn everything.
Yeah, it'd be the same thing in Rust as well. So, but just worse because you'd have not as mature tooling. So.
Well, I'm totally open to learn, and I have a lot of time. So, as long as I know like what the plan is and like which things I'm trying to make and what they do, I think I can get there. And that was the problem, is that if it's not a copy of the game RPC, what is it? That was my problem.
Yeah, I mean, this is a completely different use case, right? So it's going to be a different architecture to, do it.
So I'm not gonna have protobufs because there's no gRPC. Rest. Okay, so I'm gonna need to find some Golang rest thing. What was the Swagger UI
Yeah,
that you use?
so what I usually use the Swagger stuff for when building REST APIs is just big YAML document that defines all of your data structures and all of your different, I guess, endpoints and what they do. And you can basically take that nice YAML file, and then you can use a bunch of different tools. There's a whole different suite of tools, and you can generate your server side for it. And you just implement the controllers, and you can also generate your clients. So you can basically have it generate an API client that you just like load
Right.
into
You were saying
your
you
project
need like a
and
open
do
API
whatever.
thing.
Yeah, I mean, you've probably seen like the Roblox APIs with that thing on the right there with that UI.
Yeah,
They use OpenAPI for stuff,
but not for
but
everything.
it's just how you define your interfaces and how things can interact with your app, right?
I liked this. I remember when you showed me this a long time ago, and I was like, wow, that's helpful. I can see like the everything. It's great. Okay. Now I'm gonna be doing that.
Yeah,
Following in your
so you won't even be
footsteps.
writing code. You'll just be sitting there editing a YAML file for probably like a few days or so. So
Okay. So it's not an RPC. There's no gRPC. I use this thing. It's gonna be a REST. How do I admin? How do I authorize the map council?
that's why I was hoping you would figure out the business thing or whatever, so that I could use the Roblox like user like login or whatever to figure out
Yeah, yeah,
what
that would be
level in the group they
nice.
are. So that'd be great.
Business paperwork.
Yeah.
No
Or
paperwork.
or you just submit the I guess the whatever it's called, like the Roblox like cloud thing. You submit it and you do whatever you want, however you want, and just give me the API key and then let you handle whatever happens with that.
I wonder if there's someone I could talk to about that. Roblox is so hard to contact.
What does
I mean, in
Roblox
all
require
likeliness,
for the cloud stuff?
they want you to have a privacy policy and terms of service, and then your privacy policy and your terms of service are against like the legal entity, which is you. And I don't know who the hell that is because there's not like a business or anything. So I'm
Oh
definitely not
wow.
going to put it under me. So
Just slap
Makes
Quad's
sense.
name in there.
Yeah, business name Reese Lloyd.
I could put like StrafeSnet under there, but like that
It's
doesn't
not a
actually
yeah, it's not a real
exist. So
business.
yeah, it's not a real thing. So
And
it could be a
that
real
was the
thing though.
problem. That's why I was like trying to find a business. Like my dad said that there was some business registered under me for taxes or something, but that never materialized. So it's just not gonna
You could
happen.
also just like pay like $200 to a firm to just make you a LLC, and they'll do all the paperwork for you.
$200 per year.
I'll be like $200 initially, and then you'll probably want registered agent service, so people will get your address from your registration, and I'll be like anywhere between like 50 to $100 a year for renewal, and then whatever fees Canada has for LLCs. Like all mine are like I think like $25 for renewal, so that's not bad.
$25 for a what?
A renewal of
Renewal.
LLCs.
I see.
Yes, I just pay to the state.
And that happens every year.
Yep, every year.
So it's $50 for the legal goober that does it, and $25 for the actual thing.
Yeah, so here I pay a registered agent. I don't know how the hell it works in Canada, so I'm just gonna say how it works in the U.S. I pay registered agent, which basically is the address for the business, like in terms of like where you would send like legal documents to. They handle all that, and that costs like $50 a month.
A
And
month.
then I pay the state a LLC like fee, annual fee, which is like $25. So, and again, that's all U.S. and even more specifically, it's all U.S. in my state. So for how that works in Canada, it could be entirely different, right? Like not even be close to the same. So, but at the end of the day, there's still probably a service that you just pay, probably like $200 or so, and they'll just tell you everything you need to know and handle everything for you. So, and then you have to file taxes under that as well. But you know,
Mm-hmm. Paperwork and bothering.
and you did say all you have is time. So,
Yeah, but I like that. I don't want to sign away my time. I proactively try to avoid maintenance. And so that would be against that. But that would change things.
well, you might just
Run
have to
things.
buckle down and suck it up
Mm.
and make things a little bit more legitimate. You know.
Spend that money.
Okay, so if I do it from the game, then it can just self-report.
Do what from the game?
Like if I have a slash submit command in the math test place,
Mm-hmm.
and then slash accept for the math council, then the Roblox server knows which player is doing that, and it can just report it to my stuff and say like, this is the player that's doing it.
Jeez. I honestly, you're probably better off making a website for it, unless you want to make like script reviewing web UIs and stuff like that, or just make your experience garbage. Um, so I feel like you gotta make a web UI for it, unless you want to really overhaul your Roblox UI kit and spend more time on that than doing all this.
Q-Box.
No.
We get Qbox 2 out.
Love that.
Who needs UIs? We can just use command line interface. Oh.
I mean, if you're lucky, you can find some loser that'll just do like UI work for you for free. So
Ice Wolf. Ice Wolf.
make you like a React app, and then you'll be all set.
Okay, well, I wanted to like make the Go code compile, and
Have you even read any Go code yet?
yeah, I know I haven't run anything yet. I think I made a like test app of like a Hello World.
Well,
and
I was gonna
Zigzag.
say is like you've had like 3 streams or whatever so far where you're like where I've seen it's like titled like Golang or whatever,
Mhm.
and then every single time like I just click on it to see, oh hey, what's he up to? It's always just Rust.
It's so much more interesting. I get instantly distracted. And because like I don't know anything about Go, so there's a big blockade, a mental blockade.
You trust me, Go is a stupid simple language. You already know everything about Go without even touching it. It's just syntax at this point, right? There's really no crazy language features other than like channels. That's pretty much like the only thing.
Go routines.
Go routines are literally, I want to start a new thread and I put the word go before I do my function call, and now I have a Go routine. That's all it is. And now you're just running in a different Go routine.
Okay, not real. And then this. So this is literally just copying every single file from the data service, and I was gonna like change everything and then delete files until I have something. But there's some things I need to. This one especially utils to log in to download.
Yeah, so you have to set up your .NET RC file to build all that stuff.
.net RC.
Yeah,
So what that would include like login
you basically
into.
put yeah, you edit your .NET RC file. You do what machine space get dot me space login whatever your username is for like the get, and then password is the access token from Gidia.
Okay, cool. So I found a Stack Overflow. What's the proper way to go get a private
9 years ago. Well, I guess that's like 10 years ago. Jesus. Hold on to the answers, bro. Yeah, this is all ancient. Like,
is it like right there? NetRC?
yeah. I'll paste this to you, what this looks like for me.
Oh, that'll be helpful. So what I get token. Oh,
Is a nano user, that's kind of odd.
not Vim.
Not a Vimmer.
No, :Q is too complicated.
Damn. You mean W key, right? You don't want to just lose all your stuff.
You're scaring
I've
him.
only ever quit. I've never written anything in Vim ever. Oh, it'd be like. Token.
And it looks like you already have a key like Quad Desktop. You can just use that one.
So that's just.
You can't retrieve from here, but wherever you're. Oh, it's your SSH key?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Oh, good. Click on I think it's applications, yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Generate a new token. So this is. Okay.
It just needs repository like read access. That's pretty much it. Oh wait, name it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't have that. Okay, what is this?
Call it NetRC or something like that. Or desktop NetRC.
Okay.
We'll also let you do HTTPS clones with Git as well.
And that works for everything?
Yeah, it's like a standard location for basically putting like basic auth credentials for stuff.
All right, so that's the guy, and that guy goes right there.
All right, cool. I just stole your token.
All right. Now you can read all the repositories. You have access to
Yep.
everything.
Yep. Now I have access to everything. Dude, you fucked up.
That's
I'm
it.
gonna
It's
read
over.
all your repos. All of them.
Okay, and then
All
I
right.
can do. And then what? Now when I go to. this guy, it'll be like, whoa, I can get it. Could not import. How now? Also, could not. Okay, why don't I try it? Do I need to like
You know, just
add
cd into the
it?
directory and just run like go mod tidy or something like that.
Go mod tidy. Okay. This is maps.
All right, see if it's still gonna complain
It
in
says
your
downloaded.
editor.
Amazing.
Oh yeah, it's already downloaded, but yeah, just go see if you're still getting your red squigglies.
Red
All right,
squiggly is gone.
Wow.
there you go.
Very nice.
Right,
Okay.
now you got more red squigglies though. Down.
Yes, because of deleting everything and it being wrong
Ugh.
everywhere. It's literally just a copy paste of the other thing. Right. Oh. Too many errors. Okay, so that was very helpful. But I'll need to like remove so much stuff.
Yeah, you probably get rid of like Go Cache. That doesn't. You don't really need that. That's just for like ranks and stuff like that. You can,
Go cache.
yeah, it was in the DB thing.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
Why is the
And,
utils repository private?
just never made it public, I guess. Everything's private by default, so.
Fair enough.
So I think there's like 2 or 3 more infrastructure pieces that aren't public, at least to you guys yet. Like the one for like storage, and I think the data store. Something else, I don't
No.
know.
I can't copy bhop entirely. Devastating.
Static. Before it's worth, I think like all the important stuff is really in the RPC and the data service, and all the other stuff really doesn't matter.
Was it just like images?
Yeah, I ignore this whole like service RPC thing. The data service has like a cron job mode where it does the rank updates and basically runs every God, I think it's like every 15 minutes or something like that,
Yeah,
and
it's
it
like,
runs in cron mode.
do I need cron for anything in the maps stuff?
No,
And
you don't.
no, okay. So what, is this running as like 2 different processes launched within an environment variable?
It's just 2 different code paths. Yeah.
Weird champ. I don't know what that did. Okay.
Kind of funny. Like I'm looking at this, I've like since I've made this, I've just completely changed the way I structure like all my Go projects. This is like
Not a big surprise.
super old. Yeah.
I'm to remake it.
That's kind of like why I was saying like, oh, can you make a starting thing for me so that I'll get the latest and greatest? It's architecture.
You told me to make a starting thing for you.
Yeah, I was asking for that.
Well,
the
don't you
day.
shouldn't be copying this anyways. If you go look at the public API, like 95% of that is just like generated by I forgot what the tool was being used, but obviously I got lazy and I just threw everything into like I think the main package for like the actual implementations, but obviously you can separate things out.
I forgot what I was doing. Right. Okay, so I copied the data service because I thought I was making the data service, but
Yeah, the closest thing you're doing is really making the public API, and then you can copy some of the database side stuff like Postgres interactions. But yeah, you see server.go is just like this monolithic thing that has like everything in it, right? And then everything in the API folder was just programmatically generated off of the API spec. So,
the what? Oh, this one. Oh, okay.
yeah, so that's what's defining basically all of the stuff that's implemented. So
All right. How
you go
about
click on the spec.
uh? Did I change anything? Okay. Uh. Okay. And then goodbye. And then there's nothing left. And then does it exist? Do I have anything crazy open? No. Let's get the screen back on. The stream. Okay. Public API.
What is your
that-
scaling? Like, what resolution is your monitor that you're sharing right now?
This is 1440p. I have a 2x scaling. I have bad eyes.
How do you survive with 2x scaling and tiling? This is like terrible.
I have full screen everything all the time. That's how. What's in here? Do I have it?
You need glasses, man.
I do. I
Yeah.
just haven't. I don't have it. Okay.
You guys got free healthcare in Canada, right?
Does that include glasses?
I hope so.
I don't think so.
I have yet to
That's
walk
fucked up.
up-
What's the point?
There's a store that I can get glasses like across the street. Yeah, I walk past it every time I go to the grocery store.
Yeah. I mean, you have to get an exam and everything. So.
How much does it cost to see?
They're like the test and like getting the glasses done is usually like 200, 300 for me at least.
Dude, even with my insurance, mine costs like maybe like $20, including the glasses.
Dang,
Yeah.
expensive, man.
I think my vision insurance costs like maybe like $1.50 a month or something like that. And then they pay for a set of frames, glasses, and contacts. So
Oh, that's not that bad.
yeah. I think it's just because the employer just kind of pays for like everything else, but it is what it is.
Yeah. All right, I'm just gonna undo that.
Oh, I guess I should ask, are you gonna clean up all of your repos that you spammed?
Yeah, I plan to like figure that out. Oh yeah, let's talk about that.
I think you only need one. I don't know what all these are doing. Like, what is images? What were you
That was
planning with that one?
that was gonna be I was gonna do the Rust RPC, and that would be the same as the game RPC has an image, right? And the image is generated somewhere somehow for something.
The image is generated from like go click on the game RPC. That's your image, my guy. You're really about to have a repo that has a single Docker file in it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Those are infrastructure images that are used to build.
Yeah, like it was gonna be like this because
Well,
I
I
thought I
mean,
was making
what
gRPC.
are what? You already have gRPC Rust. You already have gRPC Go. What
But
else do
that's
you need?
the game one. Like this would be the maps one.
How are they different, dude? It's like it's FOSS tooling, right?
They use different protobufs, except that it doesn't because there is no protobufs for
No,
maps.
the protobufs come from a different repo. It's the protobuf repo.
Yes, and that's why I had a protobuf repo as well.
Well, no, we're talking about images right now.
See, I had this one as well. I was like, oh, I'm doing gRPC, but that doesn't make any sense. So,
I mean,
decided
even
to
if you
do it
were
all.
doing it, like the protobufs repo is not like game protobufs. It's just protobufs, right? So you just add all your protobufs in there, and it'll just work, and you can use all the existing CI that
I
exists.
don't know how to do that.
What do you mean? You just add another file, and it just works. It'll
Oh
be
my
immediately
god!
available.
Hooray! Okay, let's do it right now. Right now. Delete everything. All right. This one gone. This one gone. This one gone. We'll probably rename. Well, right. Yeah.
Call it
No. This
map
is.
service.
Yeah. Well, there's already a map service. This one would be the Rust validation. It'd be like maps validation.
Nah, make it a single repo.
What about the Nats? I guess that just exists separately. It's just its own little microservice, and then it sends it's like, oh, give this
Don't
message.
worry about doing anything with Nats. Yeah.
Why?
I mean, like you can use Nats, but don't worry about like spinning up Nats or maintaining Nats or anything. I'll just do that.
Okay. Okay. Well, I was trying to like visualize the architecture, the cloud architecture. All right, what is this? This is the
Yeah.
gRPC Go.
Yeah. BC. Oh, yeah, you're about to make your own libraries, right?
I don't know. That's what I thought I was doing. So I was like making an outline.
Mm-hmm.
Goodbye, all the work I did last week. It's all useless. Except not at all. Always learning. Don't need it. Uh-huh. Okay, what's left? Maps. Okay, you said one repo.
Yeah, you see, you just need one.
Uh, okay.
Unless you plan to deliver these things independently, which you're not.
Right, because they version in lockstep because they communicate with each
Yeah.
other.
You basically can't like update the RPC and change API without like breaking everything, right? Always you have to do some fun merge gymnastics or whatever to like make everything merge at the same time and build.
I have like a tiny little bit of code in here. Change the. Wow, main. Wow.
Huge.
Bit flags, yes.
Wait, why do you have a staging that? Oh god, the structure is already horrific.
Yep, just a bunch of files. JBoff. Okay, yeah, so I need to change everything. None of this is that important. I can actually undo this comment, and it could be called. Wait, maps. Well, it's a validation, so I'm gonna do this comment again. Where is this?
Oh, one thing I should also mention. I know you're probably gonna try to write the Rust like maps validator first. That should be like the last thing you do. That thing's not that important, and it just is a thing that like checks a flag.
I was
So you should implement everything on the Golang side first, and then get the Rusty stuff done last.
Saving the best for last, man.
Yeah, there you go. You can look forward to it. Okay, you do the Rust
Okay.
stuff first. You're gonna spend like literally like multiple weeks just like cringing out over this Rust service, and then you'll
And
finally
then
do the
save
Go
it
thing,
all.
realize that your Rust thing's not gonna work at all, and then you'll have to rewrite it again.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna do it first. That's you're right. Oh, you know what? You might be right to tell me not to do it first. I might have ended up trying to do that. Why am I pushing this? Or deleting this right now. Okay, where am I? This is here. So, so I'll do like API, and then we'll do validation. I'll say validation. I'm going on a validation, and then copy.
When you focus the terminal, the frame rate just goes to shit. It's funny.
Discord or
Yeah, on Discord.
I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, and then what does that look like? No. Wait, why doesn't the? Oh, it's a hidden file. Okay. Should work. Hey, okay. Yep. Okay. So this is now part of that. And then that is great. That is fantastic. Great job. Power moves. Keep it up. We're going to delete the repo now. Goodbye. Delete this repository. Yep. Okay. So now there is a Singletonian repository. Repositories. Did this change? No, I was just looking at that. Okay, it's right here. Great. All deleted. Job jolly well done. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna upload this. Boom. Okay. Okay. So there is things. Okay. Code is copied. Goodbye, Maps RPC. Oh. Goodbye. Oh. Okay, so primary job is to make this goober. Are you allowed to have a version 0?
OpenAPI is the spec version.
Oh, okay. Why does it say that? Doesn't matter. Squiggly. Okay. I'm gonna do this.
Public API, my beloved.
Yeah, there's also like you should probably install like some of like the Swagger UI tooling or an editor or some sort. There's all a bunch of different ways to visualize it so that you can kind of see what this looks like as you make it.
Okay.
Like you can just like go to like Google like Swagger editor or something like that, and then you can see what that looks like.
Okay.
It's just a web thing. So yeah. Yeah, you just paste your thing in there, you can see your updates as you make them.
Bruh. What? That's.
This is like an example as well that you can look at.
Why is it? Why is it like grown like that? That's like that's the stuff that I would make in the B-Hop game. I made tweens like that. Okay. Okay, that's good. That's helpful. Cool. Nice. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
All right, I'll be right back.
Components. Paths. Okay, so this is all, everything is there except for I'm editing it. Okay. Delete. It's there in the history. I can look at it if I need to. Yeah, so I don't actually know what endpoints I need. Times. Get list of times. Page. Filter. Tags. It is maps. It's like, oh, I know about all the maps. And it should know about the state of all the maps that are in the game right now. And I can have a web page for each map. And then it will also know when the staging version is different. And it'll be like, whoa, look at this. There's something testing right now. Whoa. And that can be public or not. I don't know. It's fine. Description to be determined. Browse and manage maps. Wow, great description. Under implicit keys need to be on a single line. Why? What is bar minus? Okay. 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 Maps. Map. Operations. Wow. And then, is there another? Is there another? There's like, okay, well, there's staging and map test. How do I like? Okay, maps are maps. Maps. Those are the maps in the game. Obviously, the maps, and I could have maps and map test, and so you can like browse map test maps that have been submitted in the past or something. Maybe, I don't know. It's a bit weird, but okay, maps. Get list of maps. List maps. Tags maps. Pages of maps. Sounds good to me. Filtering of maps. Sounds good to me. Is it a map filter? Good. Good.
Wow.
Error. Users is not real. Okay, this is like public API, like read only. So there's not very many requests. And then what I'm making is more involved. It does more things. So I need to add more. This is important.
You gotta add things that do things.
It's true.
Can't just have things that get things.
Oh, I don't like this. Maps, map test. It's not very clear. Or maybe it's fine. It doesn't matter. Keep scrolling and keep looking.
Just as a quick thing, don't treat it as like three different pieces of like I guess code or whatever for like map review, map test, whatever, map dev, and then fuck whatever like production. Treat it as like an object and then state transitions, so that you don't get like stuck doing really jank code.
There was a separation of map test and staging, like I mentioned, but I think that the staging would know whether the map is on the main place, and like it would know if it's on a newer version. So those would be persistent, and then the map test stuff would be like once it's accepted, it is like archived. You have to like submit a new map fix, like create a new entry, create a new object to submit another map fix or map submission. And then it creates a persistent staging.
Okay, what do you want from staging? Do you not just want the currently being reviewed map to be there? Like, why does staging need more than I guess reviews, right?
It needs some persistence because it needs to remember which staging map corresponds to which main game map. So that information has to exist somewhere. There needs to be a list of all maps that are either on staging and are going to be published or are already published. And it has to. Like,
yes, I mean, I think what you do is like you obviously have your maps list, which is like the authoritative list for the game, right?
Yeah.
This is your production map list, right? And then you have, I don't know, whatever you call this object, but a map submission object or whatever that basically contains all the information for the life cycle up until it gets to the production. And when you post production, then it transitions to like a completed state. And then finally the maps list, or whatever, like the authoritative one gets updated for that. And then everything between then is just based off of this map submission object. It's just a workflow, right? Like once You want to have an object that tracks the whole workflow, right? And then once that's done, then that's done. You don't touch that object anymore. And if you need to make another update, then create a new one, and you run through the whole pipeline, right?
Okay, how does it reuse the same model on the staging group? So I have the main maps that are in the main game and published, and then I have the staging group that has map staging versions of BOpenSurf where you can play the staging maps. How does it remember what model already exists for that map on staging? Because there's a different Roblox model on the main game and on the staging. And like if it goes through the pipeline and then it disappears, I don't want to like make a new one for every single pipeline object. I want to just like reuse that same model the next time a map fix is submitted for that map.
Wait, okay, when you say model, what do you mean?
Roblox model. It has an asset ID.
Wait, okay, so is staging going to be like a separate like map pool, like in terms of like account or whatever sandboxing from like Roblox side?
I like
So you're saying is that a asset will have to be uploaded on the staging side, and when this map gets updated again, then now you would duplicate it again, and then things just kind of sit around.
Duplicate again? What did you say? Sorry, I was looking at this.
I'm trying to figure out what the hell you said. So what you're saying is that when the map gets pushed to staging, you're going to download it from Roblox and you're going to upload it to the staging account, right?
Yeah.
And then once it gets promoted to production or whatever, then it's going to get published again, or published from the production account again, right?
Yeah.
And then what's going to happen is that if you go through that pipeline again and it goes to upload to staging, it's now another map, and then you just have that old one that kind of sits there and does nothing. That's on your account.
Yeah, and I'm saying I want to reuse those for the same.
Do you have to reuse those? Is there like a limit that you're hitting, or does it matter?
But then it has like versions and stuff.
Does it matter? Because like it'll still be sitting there from the previous time, so you could go look at it, right?
Yeah, it'll still be.
But like the version history, what matters for the what?
How will I know that it exists? Like it needs to have this all maps database entry to know that it has previously been published before, and this is the staging version. This is the main game version. And
I mean, why does it matter? Because you have an object that's tracking the whole life cycle up until it gets published to the final game. So like, why do you care? I guess.
Spam. What? It's like 1,000 objects versus 1,000,000 objects.
You're not the one that has to maintain it. What? Are you talking about objects from our database side or from the Roblox side?
Roblox side.
Well, who fucking cares, dude?
Nice to have deduplication.
I mean, you could just go grab the ID from the last like request if you really cared that much.
But how would I know? What do you mean ID from the last request?
You know what map you're targeting, so you can just search or filter down to the objects that match the map that you're targeting, and then grab the latest one that hits staging, I guess, and then just reuse that asset ID.
It doesn't know the IDs.
Of course, you're gonna track it in your object. Like you're gonna have an object that tracks the life cycle of the map as it goes through the review process. That includes when it gets updated to staging. You're gonna add that ID into the object that's tracking everything, right? Like, why would you not do that?
And that was this thing, and it has that. And the idea is that it knows the staging version, and it also knows the main game version if it's published in the main game. This is like the Roblox model asset ID. So after it gets published, it can publish it again because it already knows. And
but that's your structure right there is your authoritative list.
Yes.
Or what you would use for your authoritative list. Yeah, I'm saying you don't put your staging model in that.
and instead it's in this the pipeline thing that's like.
Yeah. Like you know how like drone like the CI pipeline works, right? And you can see like the pipeline go through all the stages, right?
Mm-hmm.
Similar thing for how your map submission process is going to go, right? Where you can go back and you look at the historical view of all the pipelines that ran, and you can see which staging map it was attached to, right? So you could go grab the old one if you wanted to reuse the old one or something like that, or you just don't care because Roblox has a lot of money and they can figure it out. And yeah. But literally just treat it as like a
How do I
pipeline,
know
and you have like a
what the
pipeline object that
output
tracks it.
is? That's the problem.
You know you can filter. It's a database you can filter, right? Like I know my target asset ID is gonna be like, I don't know, whatever fucking dumb map, right? So I can just get the list of all of them to target this final production asset ID.
What
and
if
then
it doesn't
go
exist?
from there.
What if it's a new map and it's creating a new map? It doesn't
Why the
know.
fuck do you care? Like how are you gonna tie it together? Like what is this ID?
Yes,
Like-
how is it gonna get tied together?
Even if you had it if it's not in your official map list, then what the fuck do you have there for finding it? There's nothing there.
Exactly. That's the problem.
That's why you just don't care.
So like, I was thinking like it creates.
or you just delete it.
You
You
can't.
just call the API to delete it.
You can't.
What do you mean?
You can't delete things from Roblox.
You can't delete an asset?
Yeah.
Well, then fuck them, dude. They signed up for this then.
Yeah. Roblox. We have a storage problem. Also Roblox. You can't delete assets.
Yeah, I mean, if they come yell at you, you'd be like, yeah, I'd love to delete the assets, but like, you don't even make it possible to do that, so. And you know damn well the people who make like testing maps for like your game are spamming the shit out of it,
Yeah,
right?
But that's somewhere else. That's not on my like nice curated staging space where I have the nice validated.
Your staging space, it's going to be a mess anyways. Like, it doesn't even matter.
Oh.
You're going to like add so much logic to overcomplicate this when you literally don't have to. There's no reason to do this other than like vibes, right?
Okay, think. Okay, so okay, you're submitting a new map. You say this is a new map. It's a map testing, and it's like I am submitting a new map, and then accepted. And during that process, it validates and it creates a staging model, a pipeline model. No. It's still like that, and it just changes its own state, and it says, aha, now I am a stage pipeline object. I have changed from my map testing, and now I'm the same object, but I have been accepted, and it has validated and uploaded a model to staging, the StraceNet staging group. Haha, wow, it's testing, and the map council is testing it, and it's testing. And then, how, okay, so that would just be double optional, but then, oh, no. Okay, so from the very beginning, you have to choose what map you're targeting. So if it's a map fix, then you're saying I target this map. So doesn't that need to have these informations? There needs to be a maps list.
It would have the ID of the one that it's targeting. Yes, like the actual deployed published map that it's targeting. And if it doesn't, then it'd just be a null, and then it would create it, right?
Oh.
But you don't care about the staging thing for like your main map list, right? Like your thing right here is like the main authoritative map list. Like fuck the staging one, right?
No, it's both. So it's both. It knows the state of staging and it knows the state of main.
Yeah,
it was supposed to be.
I'm
like
saying that's dumb. Don't do that.
Yeah. I'm trying to work through your idea. I'm trying to imagine.
All right, this is all you need to know, right? You have an object, which is the entire pipeline. We'll call it a pipeline, right?
Mm-hmm.
The entire pipeline for map test and review, right? That object has any field that you can imagine that you need to like deal with that request, right? ignore the authoritative map list. That doesn't fucking matter for review. We don't care about the authoritative map list. It has no impact on the review process at all, right? That goes through everything, right? Every single stage it goes through. If it needs some data to be stored on the object for to go through that stage, then you just add that, right? And it's just self-contained object, right? It just kind of just goes through the pipeline. And then the very last thing that you do once the map is ready to get deployed out is that you basically just copy whatever data you need into the production object, right? So it might be like some of the creator updates, the display name updates, and then maybe publishing the new map or whatever, right? And then you mark that pipeline object as completed, and you never touch it again. And if you make another update, you create a new pipeline object and run it through the whole thing. That's what I'm saying. And then when you're in staging, you can just get the list of objects that are in staging, and then they'll have like a little asset ID sitting right there, and then you can get your map lists and everything.
Okay, I gotta work out how does it know?
And this makes your backend simpler because you know that if I'm in state ID 0 and I want to transition, I have like a request to transition to state ID 1, then I know I have to apply these rules to go from these transitions, right? And then you can just have one nice little thing that handles all of your state transitions, and then you don't have to really do anything super complicated. If you're like spreading data like off all these different freaking objects, right? Like you just got this one nice little thing that has everything you need, and you're all set.
Yeah. So you're right that like I could just ignore the fact that previous models have existed. That irritates me. It's like if it's a new map, then it creates the staging model, and then it creates the production model, and the pipeline thing.
Or you know what you could do? You don't even have to technically mirror the map for staging. If you know the asset version, can't you just load a specific version in Roblox?
Yes.
But just track the asset version and just only deal with that, right? And then you don't have to actually like download it until you get to production.
What does that solve?
It makes it so you don't have your map stick around in staging, right? You just take it, right? Same way how map test works.
I don't understand.
Okay, so your concern and the reason why you download the map for staging is that people can update it, right?
Oh, okay. The problem then is that you can't, so Roblox prevents you from loading maps that are not part of the group. If you have a group game, you can only load group assets. So that's why the staging thing needs to exist. Because if it's a group game with multiple
Okay, I mean, you just don't have to make it part of the
servers,
group then, right?
it must be uploaded to the group.
Well, I mean, it doesn't like the place doesn't have to be part of the group. It should be similar, same thing as like map test, right?
Yeah, but then they're not grouped together. They're not StrafeNet staging or StrafeNet map.
Yeah, but you're not
Staging
making
map
money for
console.
staging. This is just like internal like dev tooling or like reviewer tooling, right?
Roblox is so irritating, man. Why can't I just load a map? Like you're right. That would be the best way to do it. Is to like have the asset version on the whoever's model, and then you're like, oh, this asset version is tested, great, and then that can publish directly to the main place without ever needing a staging asset. You're right, but you can't do that when you have a group place. If I want,
Yeah, so just don't make it a group place. Just do the same thing you do for map
so
test.
I need multiple accounts. I need bhub staging, surf stage. Oh my god. Well, no, I don't need multiple accounts. You can have multiple places on a single account.
Or you could just integrate it into the already existing map test
And
games,
it's
right?
not a group game, and then you can't
What do you mean?
like.
I guess
remember
why does
the
it have to be a group game?
Because groups that you're supposed to do that. The Roblox wants you to do that.
Well, they don't make it possible for you to do your workflow, so. But, I mean, you have two options here. One is you spam the fuck out of them with staging maps, right? And the other one is that you just make a external game, I guess.
But yeah, and then you still need to like take take it and like get it in the inventory.
Yeah, so you just do the take from the game side. Probably have your Rust thing do the take. Then when you log into like map test or whatever, you can do like isolation point staging, and then you get like a whole list of staging maps.
Like I have tried multiple times to get away from these like user owned map test places. I want to have a group. I want it to be a group game. But you're right.
Okay, what is your goal for staging? What do you want staging to be?
Map council, map testing zone. Map council can do the work that they need to do before the map gets published in the main game.
Okay, and why can't this be completed in the normal map tests by just pulling the specific version of the map that is being reviewed?
Off the top of my head, that feels messy, and that there's like different things happening in the same place. It's like multi-purposing. It's not like a curated testing environment, and you can see the 5 maps that currently have map fixes in the pipeline.
Well, I mean, you could, because you would just make a command that they would run for doing testing, right?
Yeah.
It would just open up a menu and you could just see it and click on which one you want to go to.
I mean, people.
Like, from what I see, is the whole point of map tests is to test maps, right? Yeah. Testing also includes what the map reviewers are going to have to do, right? It doesn't matter which game they do it in; it's their workflow is going to be pretty much identical, right? I don't know. Let's get some other opinions on this. Tommy, what do you think?
About what specifically?
Do you think that he needs a staging place dedicated for doing map testing, or if map tests could be repurposed for that? It just has like a staging list of maps that can be used, and there's a GUI for that.
I like the idea of having it separated, but obviously Roblox is preventing that from happening.
I mean,
yeah.
It could be
so, I mean, if it would make sense to have the staging place if you could have a group, right? And then you could do this whole asset version stuff and, having to like re-upload it, right? But because that's not possible, you would have to go create accounts for the different map tests, right? And then basically duplicate exactly what map test already is, but just with a different name, right? And I'm kind of sitting here going like, what is the point, right? Why would we make a separate game for that when they're literally just going to be effectively identical, right?
Okay,
yeah.
So I think that's good because so the default.
And hey, bonus is that if they already did like map tests, right? Then they probably already took the model anyways, so you might not even have to like take it.
Yes. I feel like I'm missing something, and there's some it might be the validation, but that's kind of solved by being its own little bubble service that does its thing. Okay. I think this is a good discussion. The default maps list, so in the game it's the list of all maps. On map test, it's empty except for the like map test default map, the like DE Dust map. So instead of that, it could be the list of currently testing maps, and like map test,
you
can add your own maps, or like, oh look, these are the ones that are currently undergoing testing. You can get a time on that and like validate it so that someone else doesn't need to do that. And it could be the same.
Yeah,
place.
wasn't your whole thing gonna be like someone needs to complete it once, get like at least one
Yeah.
completion?
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of people visit map tests,
Yeah.
right?
And
So
then that can be
makes
the
it easy for
same-
people to just test it.
That could be the same place as long as the object exists on the database. It can be the same thing, and it remembers the asset version, and then when you get a time, it's like, oh, you got a time on such and such asset version. I hope that's possible to tell, and then it'll have a little flag that's like someone has completed it, set to true, and then it knows the asset version. I think this is good. I think it checks all the boxes that I can remember at the moment. And it can just like be integrated into the current map test places, except it uses cool new Quaternions database map service as well. Good idea. We'll try to do this. I think that's good. And everything, it upsets the entire architecture of everything I was planning to do. Once again,
Yeah, I've been talking about this since the start. Just the pipeline architecture, man.
Are you telling me that I wasted 100 Robux changing the group name to Stray?
How much is that in like
Stadium?
actual money?
25 cents.
25 cents. Jeez.
Or
What a
for
waste.
At
Blessings,
least
it's
Fly
$1.
Trials covers it.
Fly Trials covers it. That's right.
I'm actually shocked that people even play that.
It's
How many maps do you even have for that?
0. It's all the Surf and Beehive maps. No one has actually gotten any maps in yet. I think there's like 1 or 2 maps that are made dedicated for it, but they haven't been reviewed yet.
Okay, so Death Run is dead, right?
Mhm.
And I don't update the cookie for the map test bot because, like, what is the point, right?
Yeah.
So why do we still have that even available in the map test bot?
Because no one changed it.
Okay, fair enough.
That should probably be removed because people repeatedly try to submit death run maps thinking it works.
All right.
Yeah.
5-man bot pull request.
Yeah. Could do.
Rip. It's dead. Sad. Ugh.
Was it ever like alive, to be honest?
Well, I was trying to make it. That was the plan for the 2 years, and then at the very end, I was like, "Wow, this moving platform stuff is gonna be way too complicated to get the performance I want."
Did you
And
just like scope creep like the shit out of this and then
scope creep? Well, no, it's more like my design was bad, and I didn't realize it, and looking back, I would do it completely differently.
wait, was Death Run pre or post physics rewrite?
I planned it from the
Mid.
beginning. I planned to do the physics rewrite and then make Death Run, and I was thinking like the physics rewrite would be part of my working towards Death Run, but it would benefit my currently existing games, and that's sort of
So you just
also the
like
idea with this thing.
completely dropped the ball on the initial design.
Yes, yeah, I made everything wrong.
That's sick.
Yeah, just like right from the beginning, it was wrong.
How long did it take for you to just like go, oh shit?
Like that happened, I think 6 months in. I was like, wow, Roblox can't do instructions, so I can't just say like press the W key over the network and then it runs like an identical simulation on the other person's game. It's not deterministic. Like there's Roblox just randomly does different things in random places, and it would be hell to track it down. So I changed it to replicating the output and like the positions.
Mhm.
And then for the moving platforms, I'd had that like analytic equation. It should have been like basically linear segments, and like it shouldn't have like an arbitrary path it can move. It should say like, I'm going to move from here at this time to there at this time, and then ask me what I'm going to do next after that. And it should be like instructions of like, move this platform to here. Now move this platform to here. And then I can know its entire like lifetime of where it's going to go. And then when the time comes, I can ask about the future instead of just having one equation that describes the entire future state, and it's an arbitrary math equation, and I can't like know, is it gonna like go like this, and then go, whoa, it's over here. And I can do like bounding boxes and like knowing which platforms need to be updated since they're close to the player, and the player could possibly touch them, and then and also like,
Dude, you were set up to like make it like a nightmare for people to make maps. I'm not gonna
oh
lie.
my god, it's horrible. It's horrible.
It would be, dude.
But that was my
All of your
idea.
fucking like Roblox people would just be like lost.
Yeah, that was my idea, and I was like, "Oh, this is a great idea." It was not.
Yeah. It's a great quad idea, but not for anyone else.
Yeah, just write your analytic position equation, and I'll take the derivative, and I'll get the velocity. It'll be great.
Yeah. You got Mathematica because you're gonna need it for this one.
Oh my god. Oh, it needs to be. Yeah.
Well, that's true. I haven't seen Mathematica on the stream as of late. Well,
I
what's
use it
happened?
occasionally.
Damn, you used to like live in that.
Yeah. I often use the command line version now. Math.
Ah, I see.
He's hiding it.
It just launches in seconds rather than minutes. So
So it takes forever to exit.
sometimes to exit, no, to launch.
No. You just typed exit. It sat there for like
Oh yeah,
10 seconds.
It's so slow. Mathematica is super slow. It sometimes when you launch it, it'll just like not let you type for 20 seconds. It's great.
That's huge.
This is what I wanted. This is good. This is got a different way of doing things, and you think that I won't write crazy code to manage like multiple states and try and keep them synchronized.
Yeah, what I was expecting, based off your original thing, is that you're gonna implement this like super fragmented design
Yeah.
and just like do syncing across everything. It was just gonna be fucking horrible. Oh yeah, yeah. So those database icons, like literally just like different like databases that you'd be like promoting to.
Yeah. That was.
Yeah, that's horrific. Yeah. You just need one singular authoritative object that tracks it. You don't need to make it overcomplicated.
Yeah. Okay. So you can do your map testing, whatever. Great. Good job. Power moves. And then as soon as you want to move it towards the real game, you choose, is this a map fixer for an existing map? And you select that map when you're creating the pipeline object. Or you say, this is a new map.
New map. Yeah.
Submit it as a new map. And then that defines the entire pipeline, and it moves.
Well, I wouldn't even say it defines the entire pipeline, because it doesn't really matter what your target map is, really. Because again, like I said, for the map review process, it honestly doesn't really matter what is in your authoritative map list, right? Because that really only matters once you get to the end and you have to publish it, right? But in between then, like sure, there might be some like nice UI stuff you could do where like you show like, oh, like this is the diff between like the title and the whatever. So, but
Okay, so if it's all one thing, what about duplicate map fixes that are supposed to be for the same map? I think that should be allowed with this, because otherwise.
So it's possible you'll have to implement logic that works with that, right? Obviously, if you have models that you're updating at the same time, that's not going to work, right?
Yeah.
You could probably figure out a way to do like description and like title updates. But I mean, honestly, I probably would just edit the original or the currently running update and have it go to that one instead.
Okay.
I think it's going to be too complicated to
Problem is
have
that
multiple.
if any goober can go on the website and create the pipeline object and it claims that map and it's like, oh, this is publishing to Surf.
Well, you probably
No
just
one else
wouldn't
can do
let
it?
them create another one if it's. Well, I guess you could have multiple, right? But you could only it only locks it down once it gets like approved, right? So you could have them just sitting there and they don't really matter until someone picks one, right?
I think it would be good to have a warning to go like, this person is already doing this with this one, and then but you can make it anyway. But you're right. I think that's a good idea to like prevent it at a certain stage of the pipeline, and it
Yeah,
can't.
only one can go through the staging pipeline at a
Mhm.
time, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, your ideas are good. My ideas are bad.
Yeah, damn right.
Wow.
Okay, so much reduced complication. Do everything at once. We don't need do now, do later. There's just the thing of the guys that has everything. It's the pipeline. There doesn't need to be
The pipeline, man.
pieces. It's just map tests. And there's also the benefit that everyone doing map stuff sees the official pipeline objects in the map list. It's like, whoa, there's a testing for Surf Rigid. Whoa, I'm gonna go play that and complete it so that they can get it in faster.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, just works so well, you know?
You don't need all this stuff. Oh.
We don't have to do the signature quad like overcomplicate like to the nth degree, you
Well, I
know?
just didn't have the
We,
idea.
we can just make things simple, you know? We are allowed to do that sometimes.
Yeah, I was talking about that on the Scream stream development with like the other programmer. I was like, all right, you make it because you always seem to come up with something that doesn't need 5 modules to work, and then I'll come in and make it work after you make it. Doesn't like have this like brain crawling around all the different ideas and like just like fix everything with more code.
Oh.
I love this. I like brainstorming. More heads is more better.
All right, so I think what you do next, I'll give you your homework assignment. Build out your OpenAPI spec to all the endpoints that you think you need. That'll probably take you a day or two, something like that. If you're really feeling motivated, I'd probably draft out a sequence diagram to like actually kind of show like the proper workflow that you're going to go through and like what's all involved.
Like this. Something beautiful.
Yeah, but like an actual like sequence diagram with
Beautiful.
like yeah, with like you know like real sequence diagram. Like hold on, let me.
No.
I actually just Google it real quick. Just Google sequence diagram. Make one of those.
Grom.
Just go to images or whatever. Ah, yeah, there you go.
This?
Just make a
What the?
yeah, just make a little sequence diagram.
It's not the flow chart.
No, flowcharts are dog shit. No one actually uses flowcharts.
Damn.
Object. Create actor. Wow, there's a stickman there.
Is what
was
like
that?
every PowerPoint that I have at work fucking has is always one of these bad boys.
I do not understand what's going on. Is this time flowing down?
Yeah.
These little humps as it jumps over. I need glasses.
Is this too, dude? On your like 2x scaling?
Yeah. I can't read that without squinting.
All right, all right. And then the next thing is Google mermaid diagram, like literally just mermaid diagram. Cool. All right, yeah. Click on that,
JavaScript.
and then go click the live editor in like the top right or whatever. So like places like GitLab and whatnot can like embed these diagrams and like render them and documentation stuff like that. So it's kind of cool. But if you go click sample diagrams, and then you can grab a sequence diagram from the samples. Yeah, you're right on sequence. So you click on Git class. Yeah, there you go. There's a little sequence diagram.
Wow.
I want to say I feel like Gidia will render these. I don't. Maybe it won't.
Where would you put this to get it to render it?
So you want to test real quick? Just copy that, and then go make a new file in some repo or something like that. Just like dot markdown whatever dot md, like test.md or something. Cool. And then just do like the triple, whatever the fuck they're called. Yeah, what are those?
Backticks.
Backtick, and then at the top one, just type mermaid at the end of it. Yep. And then commit that up. And then we hope that they have support for this.
Oh!
Hey,
Wow.
there you go. There's your diagram.
Damn.
Mermaid also does flowcharts, so if you really feel comfortable with that, you can do it like that as well.
I'll take a look at this.
It worked.
I don't really understand. What would my Alice and Bob be?
So that could be basically you would have
So I've
map
actors.
testers, map submitters, your map test API or whatever, and then your, I guess the Rust service. They'd all be the different actors, and you just kind of model how everyone interacts with the system, right? So just any interaction would be like an actor, and then you just kind of like go through and just show how everyone interacts with everything, right? You usually model the entire map submission workflow and how everyone deals with everything.
Why is this more minus signs? Is that just the syntax?
That's the return. So you see how like the hi Alice, I can hear you is dotted.
Oh, so it's like push pop. Wait, but you can also do it.
So
differently, right?
the plus means that you're activating that actor, and the minus means you're deactivating. So you see how like that box on the right is there?
Yeah.
That shows like an activation, right? And then like the John, can you hear me? That activated it, and then got deactivated immediately on the next one, right? Then
How does it know that this goes to this and it doesn't go to that? 3 goes to 4 and 3 does not go to 5.
because it is like a stack, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, it's push pop. Okay.
Yeah.
Isn't that not correct? Couldn't you do anything like this? This could go to the bottom. I don't. Why?
I'm sure there might be a way, but I've never had to. I don't really have to often do activations that start and end at different times like that.
Hmm.
And honestly, I don't use this for most of it. But it's good for embedding in documentation, though.
Cool. I will fiddle with this stuff and
Oh, dude, click mind map. You can make yourself a mind map.
mind meld.
Wow.
Wow.
Holy moly! I wonder what their spread out algorithm is.
It's open source. You go look.
Damn, that'd be hard to find. Or maybe it wouldn't be that hard to find. I'm not terribly curious. Okay, live editor sequence. Oh, I can't like.
You could also ask your friend ChatGPT how to do this, and it'll tell you.
Mm.
You could also probably just have it generate this for you. You just be like, all right, I want to do this next, and then I want to do this next, and I'll just sit there and just make it for you.
And then I can look at it and be like, "That's wrong." Cool. Now I have to do it.
It'll probably render it as well.
Yeah, actually, it might be able to render it.
Chat. Do it. Do it. Really? You're gonna make me log in? Is that gonna work? Okay, cool. Pick an example. Mermaid. Does it need to be mermaid? I don't know.
Yeah, just say mermaid.
Sequence diagram.
Wow. Didn't render it. That's tough. Yeah, paste on the editor and you can see what it did. You just go throw it to like Dolly or something like that and make an attempt.
Dolly. Is it gonna do that? I don't know. Unfortunate.
Ooh.
No.
It knows though, apparently.
It's aware.
Either that or it's hallucinating. Neat. Unique Unork.
Yeah, the best part about this is that since these can be embedded in documentation, like with that Markdown file, it's been trained on this a lot because as they just scrape GitHub or whatever,
Yeah.
it's just kind of like all there.
Cool.
That's true.
Yeah, this one's the way it did this is like a little bit more in depth than like you don't need to model like the browser interactions and bullshit like that.
There's no plus minus.
Yeah, I didn't do activations. So. You don't have to do it, but it definitely makes it easier to understand kind of like when things are started and then when that final like return from that thing comes through, right? Because like if you go to the browser and then you activate or whatever, I want to keep it activated until it does the success message or something like that. Kind of see the flow, I guess.
Yes, it's under the camera. Model it all out. Oh, you can do this. Okay, good. Okay. All right. Screw this. We're going here. Can I do like? Damn.
Yeah, you don't have to do this. I just think it's helpful to get things like diagrammed out and like on paper before you go and implement.
I did not
so
know
that-
any of this existed. 'Cause, like this is exactly what I need to do right now. I need to like
Oh really?
go through the entire process.
Wait, what paint wasn't enough for you?
Well, it's an like when you said I have homework for you, you like activated my ADHD, and I'm like, yes. What do I need to do? Give me the checklist.
You're telling me
I'll do
homework
it.
activates your ADHD?
It's
That's
checklist. Okay.
that seems wrong.
Well, homework is a bad way to phrase it, to do ADHD activation, but it's more like
Yeah, I guess to clarify
I'm
your homework, make this diagram, then make your open API.
yeah, and like I would have had trouble like thinking of all the endpoints I need. Um,
Yep. And once you have this, you'll know.
yeah, I can just go like it's that one. Now I make that one. Okay. Um, so there's map maker tester. I don't know. Like it's a person who uploads model.
Alt submitter.
That's pretty good. And then there is
Reviewer, I guess.
that's better than what I was thinking of. And there's
Oh, and then you just need like the, I guess, I don't know, maybe the API or something like that. Well, I guess you still want to model the whole pipeline. So you kind of want to like, so now you need to get like whatever's going to happen to the API. So that could just be, well, you don't have a lot of internal actions. Everything's going to be off of what a person does, right? So yeah, I think you probably just need just API and then validator or something like that, and that's probably good.
so pipeline API validator, no database.
You can do database, but that doesn't really matter for the endpoints you have to interact. But if you want to also do database to model that as well, that's fine. But yeah, don't do pipeline, just do API because the submitter and the reviewer are going to be calling the API, right?
Okay.
And then you have validator, and then if you want, you can do database. You can model those interactions as well.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, no, you probably should do database. Yeah, I would do database so that you can show the state changes, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I am a submitter. I say,
Yeah, I would probably do this in the Mermaid editor so you can see this like happen as you're doing stuff instead of just
I didn't know
in.
you could do this. So that's cool.
You're scaling.
Oh, you need that. Okay.
What did you do?
It
Like,
killed me.
oh, get rid of like the quote stuff.
Yeah, I know, but how do I do? How do I go back?
I don't know, dude. Maybe your scaling is just like cooked. Oh, yeah, it was.
Jeebus. Okay.
Wow.
Wow.
Ooh, you might want to add ooh. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about opening the login page for the API or whatever.
Yeah, no, I'm just. You said to switch to this, and I hadn't edited that yet.
Yeah, no, no, no. I mean, I'm not talking about. I just like the naming of it. So maybe like just change the API to like submission website or something like that. Just call it website or whatever, just to get a single word. And we'll just it's implicitly an API. So there you go. Now that makes a little bit more sense.
I am a submitter. I am creating a submission.
All right, cool. All right, you got everything you need from me? I'd love to sit here and watch you make diagrams. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, thanks so much for convincing me and like having good ideas. That's what I'm here for. On planet Earth.
Cool. All right. Well, if you have questions or anything, I'm around this week, so just hit me up and we can hop on a call.
I will hit you.
All right, sir. Yeah. Hit me.
As soon as I need to. All right. See ya.
All right. Have a good one.
Gone.
Cloud architect. Imagine having a job title like that.
Its name goes hard.
Yeah. That's why he knows.
He just gave you all the industry secrets.
Yeah. Look at this industry secret right here. I create a submission. So a submission could be a new map or a map fix. It's just a submission.
Would there be any real difference between a new map versus a submission? Or I mean a map fix?
Its name was saying no. The difference is that a map fix knows what the target is. It specifies the target map as soon as possible.
Mm.
And then a new map has no target because it's creating a new one. So if there's no staging place, that is greatly simplified and excellent and good. Okay, so first thing, create submission. Wow, huge. Wow. Okay, so this is just the thing that happens. It doesn't have any state. It's just calling the website, that database. The state exists on a database, so that is an activation. Is like, okay, let's try that. No. Okay, we go like this. Plus database. No way. Oh my god. Trying to inactivate an inactive participant.
Because you have the minus sign at the end, I think.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. Another one. What? It loaded the same thing. I'm trying to do this. Okay. Plus, what did he say? Okay. That doesn't make sense. The database doesn't contact the website. The database doesn't care. I don't understand what's going on. I am just going to not do this. All right. Then what happens? Okay. So same thing happens again. Submit. Or review. Mark as submitted. Or it's something, yeah. Okay. Then the reviewer goes to the website and accept submission. Wow. And then that goes like, whoa, it can do itself. How do you do? Plus. Okay. I think I'm gonna switch the order of these so that it looks better. Now what? So the map passes validation. So I can just go. Uh, eh. Oh my god.
So who's gonna be doing front end?
You.
Really?
Doesn't matter to me. I was gonna just like I was gonna explore like Rust Axum stuff. I think its name would have a meltdown if I did that. Okay, my plan was to have like uh uh like a text field and a button for each action, and you just like go to the web page. I mean I'd probably have like a the map icon, but like I just wanted buttons that do the things. I don't care what it looks like, and that's what I was gonna make. Like,
Yeah.
do you remember in the programming channel that guy was like, "Oh, use trunk Rust, wow," and he made like a very very basic looking website that had
Yeah.
buttons that you could click. That's what I was imagining I would make is buttons you can click.
That's all you really need.
That was the idea, but yeah, I wouldn't. It wouldn't be. Uh, I wouldn't complain if someone makes a website. Like I just wanted to like have a functional outline, and then if someone wants to make it beautiful, cool. But bhop UI is still the same way after nearly 10 years. So, maybe that
Not
might
looking
not
too
happen.
bright.
Hmm.
It's not looking too bright
Yeah.
in that department.
I could ask. Go to Ice Wolf, who made the cool Timeless website. That'd be great to have as well. If only there was a public API.
If only.
Its name did say that he has time this week.
He did say he's off this week.
Okay, what happens after this? It's marked as completed. Yeah, and then is that the validator's job? Maybe. Okay, let's try this. It doesn't go back though. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, let's do. Uh, oh. Did I do it? This has been the greatest exercise of my life. This is such a great visual organization that I can then use to like enumerate the endpoints, the REST API calls that I need. Incredible, unbelievable, outrageous. Hold up. You can't download asset version for someone else's model, can you?
Probably you can. There's got to be a way.
I think it only works for assets you own. Oh, you can't even download assets. Right, you're not even allowed to do that.
Really?
Yeah. The new API, there's no way to download assets.
Nice. What do you use to download like the map models?
Cookies.
What endpoint does that use?
Asset delivery? I don't know. I don't remember. It's in the asset tool somewhere.
Let's see.
It's called download. Okay. Yes. gzip decode asset delivery. Got it. So you got your cookie and gives you the asset. Oh wait, version. Oh, okay.
You
So
have
then
version right there.
yeah. Can you test it? Can you test downloading asset version? Is it in the CLI actually? I guess I have it. Download help version cookie asset IDs. There is no you can't do it in the CLI at the moment. But the get asset request does have configuration for a version number.
I'm gonna try
Does
just
it
like
work?
going to the
Oh, I guess you can just
URL
do
see
it.
if it works. I
Hmm.
need a model.
All right, give me that. All right, bada boom. Okay, and then great. So, what do I name this? No way.
It worked.
That would be fantastic because then it could ignore people uploading new versions, and we can store the version, and instead of like do a check to see if the version changed, download the model, and then do another check to see if the version changed and make sure it didn't change before or after you download the model, you just download the correct version in the first place.
Yeah. I'm gonna try with a model that I don't own. See if that works. That would be awesome.
Oh my god.
Just gives me no file extension.
All right. Oh my god. Okay, diagram.
Yeah, it works. It just works.
Nice. Oh my god, bro.
Pretty awesome.
I sent the diagram to its name and said this might be one of the diagrams.
It might just be one of them. So many moving parts.
Yeah, there's so many actors. But it makes sense. You got the player on the map test game, and if you complete the map, it marks it as completed.
Yeah.
Flowchart, there's no, so flowchart, I think it's harder to understand. But like, there's room for like cyclical iteration and stuff. I don't understand how you would do cyclical flow with this.
I don't know either.
Does the publish need to go to the database, or the website could go to the valid? It could go to the validator. The validator could retire the. State. Well, I guess it's better to go to the database so that if you double click the publish button, it's already begun the process to publish, and so it's like rejects the second request you make when you double click, because it's like already in the process of doing that. So I think that's good. So I think actually admin clicks publish instead of reviewer. Oh my god. Or maybe. Well, yeah. Mm. So this is so much better than my paint diagram, my GIMP diagram. Rough.
But it had personality though.
Ooh, I hit 3 hours. Stream. Check mark.
Big work
It
day.
was a struggle to start streaming today, but like after I called its name, just such progress. I went
Huge
from I don't
progress.
know how to architect it to we now have a better architecture than we planned before.
The server guy fixed your server stuff.
Yep, exactly.
You can harass him every day of the week to help you out.
Coding buddies. Now I actually have to do something.
So much go to write. Yummy.
Right. How do I? Oh, okay. I need to include me, script review man, scripter. Row. How does it? Yeah. Okay. This is good. I can think about this. It's a mental form. Give mental form to my requirements. So Isn't wants validation to be on submission, but then oh my god. Oh, it's supposed to be down here. Okay. Loop. Oh.
Is it bad that it's on submission?
Well, I
It would act kind of like the map test bot, where whenever you take it, it kind of validates the map already. Runs all the checks.
Um, Sequence diagram, very amazing. Hello, chat. Have there been any maps that were able to leak anything on the map test place?
Leak as in
Like access the database because the API key
no.
exists there.
When me and Aiden were like messing around with it, we couldn't even access those scripts at all because they're separate from the actual world stuff.
Oh my god, I have pork schnitzel in the fridge. Holy. Will the moderation site ever exist again? This is a good time to ask about it. I don't know. Wouldn't that be great?
Is that the head moderator in the chat?
Yes. Evidently. So one issue is that there is no moderation reasons recorded like there was before. Like that data is just not recorded. So it would need to be built. It doesn't exist like it did before. But hopefully this project can kick off these sort of services and features for making it happen.
Me went off.
So this is exploitable if you load a map that gives you hacks and then you send off to the database. You're like, the map is completed. Wow, this map is possible for sure. But you submitted an impossible map. But I don't think
Yeah.
that's a very big deal, and I don't think that's really worthy of creating cheats to do.
You can literally just teleport to the end.
Well, you can't.
Well, with
Okay, you do
funny abuse of the moving platforms
Oh.
and like environment stuff, but you disallow the scripts that use that since require isn't allowed and all that.
So could you make a new like teleporter on the fly? To
Oh,
a
you
spawn?
you can just like modify the physics, positions, and
Inside.
velocity straight up, and the server just agrees. So there's no issue at all.
I agree.
I think Aiden sent a recording of that. I might be able to.
I already mentioned that this is a good time to ask about the moderation site. Its name is free this week. You can. He would be the one implementing that onto the game database stuff. Yeah, he did all of that before, so he would be the one to to very gently prod. Inquire. I have an inquiry about the moderation website. I was just talking to him. I got him on call on stream. Oh. Did you make sure that it downloaded the version you requested when you tested the asset delivery download asset version?
Yeah, I went on a model, grabbed the first version, which is just an empty model. It was like a few kilobytes, just the Roblox model stuff, and then got the next version, and it went up by a lot.
Nice.
Also, I sent a clip of what the type of stuff you can do with the right idea. That just makes a new command, but like you can go pretty far.
That's an exploit? That's with only
Yeah.
map test scripts?
Just scripts in the map test model, the map model.
So certain so is that from the client? Is that a client like is it that the client's version of command? Are you registering it a command for
Yeah.
the client? I see. It's because those are the only ones that remain in the replicator storage. So you can't
Yeah. However,
interface with the server modules.
due to how the moving platforms work, the code runs on the server as well. So anything that's exposed over there kind of just is just doomed. I can, if you want, I can get you the model and you can look at how it's done.
So is it like kind of escaping within a moving platform script?
Yeah, it goes up the call stack, basically.
Oh my.
I'm gonna try to grab it. This is like super hidden tech that only Aiden and I know of. So it like shouldn't be a worry, but still exists. That's true. Didn't think about that. How do I send you the model?
file. What do you?
You'll have to
Only
open
the
it up in
scripts are-
Studio.
Only the scripts are like important, right? You could just send the scripts.
Oh yeah. I'll send the actual like important stuff. Oh,
Hello, agent. I have been working out the architecture for my map submission system that I'm planning to create for my bhop and surf games, so that my map council can accept maps and add them to the game in a organized and pipelined process, without me needing to hold up the entire process. And like I have to like give the how does the latest versions download? I could just have a web page for that. You just go to the web page of the map and click download if you're a reviewer. That'll work. So I'm like doing a project outline. This will probably take a month. Gonna stream all the development I can. But the cloud architect had me make this diagram, and I think that was like the best idea ever, because like I need to fill in this like list of endpoints for the service, the CRUD, the REST. Actually, it's gonna be REST, not CRUD. And I had no idea what to do. It was gonna be a challenge. So making a diagram is very visual, and now I can like enumerate the endpoints and like sort of envision additional things and add on things as I need to. I think it's good. And this diagram can evolve as the service evolves as well. What is this called? It's not a flow. It's a sequence diagram. That's what it's called. No way. I think it's really cool that the Git can just render the diagram out. That's so cool. Nothing special. It's just a markdown file. This is the file. Backticks, mermaid, and then that generates the image. Super cool. Yes. So I spent the beginning of the stream discussing the cloud architecture and like what different things what the process will be, and whether this way is better or that way is better, before I put a bunch of effort into the work. And getting closer to work. I think this is the next thing to do, is to fill in these endpoints. But it's going to be very slow going. Going to take a month at least, I think. Tommy, can you work on the tainting when loading? Well, I guess, how would you know?
how would one know?
Okay, actually, loading any map will be considered tainting. Like adding a map to the map list. That is when it taints. And then by
Oh,
default,
yeah.
there is the currently under testing maps that are the staging maps, and they're already validated. Oh, can you load asset version on Roblox? You can't do that, can you? You can only do that if it's your own model. Right?
Using the asset service?
Oh, no, you made the thing, right? You made a thing that can load the latest version of the models.
Yeah.
Can you also load an older version of the models?
Let's find out.
So we'll need to do that for the staging maps. We'll need to only load the listed version, the listed staging version of the map.
Yes. Makes sense. Makes sense.
I did none of that and slapped my game on Steam. Well, that's different than I have done. I also would like to have a Steam game. I'll need to go through that with the game engine, but this is separate. It could be reused. I could have the same process for the Strafe client. I'm working on this because I don't think I can make a functional demo that I'm happy with for the Strafe client by the end of the year. And I think this will improve the pace of improvement of Beehaven Surf in terms of quality maps in the game, because it'll be easier for the map council to test and get the map fixes into the game and keep them organized and avoid human error on my part mostly, because I have to like enter the ID that I need to upload the map to, and with this it would just already know, and so there'd be a lot of human error removed, especially on my part. It's automation and tooling infrastructure for the future of Beehaven Surf on Roblox and beyond. I could probably reuse it for StrafeSnet, Strafe client. Okay, switch gears. I gotta like enumerate the. Should there be another stage here? It's like validated. Yeah.
Roblox sucks.
Word. Steam packaging does the legwork. Is there like command line tools? I guess they probably have UIs. Is that a cat with glasses? Oh my god, my eyes are so bad. Oh, is that swimming goggles? Oh. Doing it manually Oh, this is for Roblox at first. The map review system, map submission system. That's what I'm calling it. It's the map submission system. um,
How do you plan on identifying which version the map was approved on?
It will be in the database. So have the model ID and the model version as well. So
So it'll just be like the version
database-
ID?
Yeah, the database entry will tell you which version.
Okay.
Who is it?
Roblox here.
Who am I talking to?
Wait, what?
Who are you? Explain to the chatter.
Oh. Oh, it's me. So for example, on map test, when you /map a map that you want to upload that was already loaded, it grabs the latest asset version,
Yeah.
which is something else than just the asset ID or the version ID.
Ah, I see.
And it uses its own little method, load asset version, which takes
Hooray.
that specific ID.
Yes.
And I
so
don't
this,
see a method.
This will know the ID to provide to that function, right?
I think that model version you're thinking about is just like 1, 2, 3, whereas the what it expects is some like entirely separate asset ID that somehow specifies the version.
I don't know.
I'll try to
Yes.
see what it looks like real quick. I just know that there's no method named get asset version ID or anything like that. It's just get latest. Maybe the Cloud API has it.
Well, it needs to load it in the game, specific version. 40 months. Wow. Even while I was not streaming. Thank you,
Wow.
Austin. Did you hear about the map submission system I'm working on? Look at this. It's so professional. Do this. So I just made this diagram, and it's very good. We're working on it. Have you seen one of these before? This is the first time I've seen this today. It's called a sequence diagram. Yes, it's just this file that creates the diagram. It's pretty cool.
You can run Roblox scripts on the cloud?
Hmm.
Oh man.
Mods. Oh, you're so fast.
I'm there.
Chat just cut the corner of your eye.
On my second monitor.
It's on my third monitor.
Okay. Your 1440p, 165 hertz.
No, that's the main monitor. It's on my web browser monitor. Only 60 hertz. I need to get triple 4K 240 hertz monitors. I have no room for negotiation with myself. That's the end game.
No OLED?
No what?
OLED.
OLED. OLED is like it wears out. Like I've had these monitors for like 7 years. And it's like static content, which is like worst case scenario for OLED.
Yeah. The burning.
Can't latest asset. So we can probably.
I'm trying to see if the Cloud API gives you that number.
Oh yeah, if there's a way to get that. So you
Yeah.
get that asset version and then you load by that asset version.
You'd load using that, yeah.
Well, if we can do that, if we can snapshot it and get that asset version, that would be
That would be optimal.
very optimal. In fact, it might be way more difficult without that.
Not looking too good.
No.
Oh man, it just
Well,
returns nothing useful.
you might be able to do it from the Roblox side, right? So you could create
Insert
it
service.
from the Roblox side instead of through a website or something. I don't know. If it's not well, if it is available on Roblox, I guess that'd be the only option. If that's the case.
We could rely on it being the latest version when they submit it,
Uh,
and then just grab it from the game using that.
something like that, yeah.
Would have to check if the loaded version is the same one that's being submitted as well. That's
Well,
free.
we could possibly just load directly the submitted version.
Yeah, true.
Or I guess the accepted version.
Yeah, Roblox doesn't let you grab specific versions. It's just the latest. So that's cool.
It does not. So via API, it doesn't let you do that, but it does let you load it if you already have the ID.
If you have the ID, yeah, it'll let you load it.
Okay. I think this can work. So like, okay, imagine a scenario where it's trying to. There's two conflicting map fixes. So first, someone submits a map fix, a reviewer accepts that map fix, and maybe it's validated or something. Um, and then another person tries to create a map fix for the same ID. The website should tell them, oh, someone already done. There's already a map fix in progress for this map. Do you want to continue? And it'll let them make it anyways. And then if that one is accepted, the other map fix is accepted, it will replace the existing entry and move it back to accepted if it was validated, and then revalidate it. So it can like overwrite it with a different one in the staging phase. It doesn't have to go all the way to published.
Would be so nice if you could just like merge the two.
That's the idea. Oh yeah, that would be because they're different pipelines.
So if I fix some ramp on Surf Frigid and someone else fixes a trigger,
Oh, I
how
see.
do
Merge
those
like that.
two how do
Not
those two
merging the
get
database
together?
data, merging the map data.
Yeah, like the
Oh,
actual changes done to the
I
map.
think that's too hard for Roblox.
Surely you can just git merge the XML
No.
files.
Because Roblox changes the properties all the time.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that my idea of like overwriting it is bad, and it should just reject the old one and accept the new one. And it should notify the reviewer accepting this will reject the existing one. And then you can
So you'd
do
be
it.
assuming the most recent one is like the better, best
Yeah, so
version.
if you're testing a map fix and it's not going to work, you have to make a new one. And then
Okay.
if you accept a new one, it rejects the current staging map fix. So there's never two map fixes staging for the same map.
I see. Yeah, I think that would work.
Main game target ass ID. Ass ID. It might be. Well, no, you would choose it from a list, so it would not be exploitable. It would be validated. Imagine target asset is like some script. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? Like I'm imagining the website, and you have like the map icon, and then I could have like a little field that's like the asset ID of the model that's on main, and there a little copy icon, so I can like copy it. I can see myself going to that all the time and like searching up a map and then copying the asset ID from a web page. I guess that it replaces the tools that I need that for, so maybe not. Nah, I gotta stop bike shedding and start writing code. Oh my god.
Stop dreaming.
Keep the scope. Stop expanding the scope. It'll never get done. Oh my
Get
god.
to writing go.
Games. Oh my god. I can't regenerate a games list from this pipeline stuff. Oh. I guess that would have to be the main game map list. It would need to change to include a games field.
What would the games field be? Is
It
that
would
like
be a bit
the games that the
flags.
map is on?
It'd be bit flags of games, yeah. So it'd have a 0 if it's not included in that game, a 1 if it is included in that game.
Okay.
And then that way you can specify multiple games that your map should be played on. And then I can have map lists as separate lists to the all map list. And maps don't only belong to a single game. And then that way I can reduce the number of maps on Fly Trials. This is all for Fly Trials, and include maps on both BHop and Surf. Because like currently it's just
Yeah.
packed together. Where Fly Trials just loads every map from every game.
So much potential.
What the time? Almost 8. I think it's funny that I don't have any system clock anywhere. So I just use the terminal, type in date every time I want to see the time.
Peak Arch user.
Make it more complicated. I do think it's cool that you could complete it at any time. So as soon as you create the submission, you could complete the map, and then it would stay completed throughout the pipeline because it knows it's that exact asset version and you've completed it. So you can do that as soon as possible. You can do that before it's even reviewed. And as long as it stays the same, it can go right into the game. So
And then once you update the model, it just invalidates it.
You would have to update the model and then update your submission. You'd have to because like with what we're planning right now, it'll only load the version that you submitted.
I see.
So yes, you would have to update the database entry. And you would not be allowed to do that as the map creator. After it goes out of the map test phase, you couldn't like troll the map council and like snatch it out of the staging phase by submitting a new version.
Once it's out of map test, it's not in the hands of the map maker anymore.
Yes. And I think that if you wanted to change it, you would have to make a new pipeline and submit it. And then well, I guess it wouldn't correspond to the same one. Interesting. You couldn't map fix. That's kind of bad. You can't map fix a map that's in staging already. Like, I guess you can just reject it and then do a new one, but is that a problem? I mean, that's what it's for. It's the same as the map fixes where you can like reject the old and do a new one. But the problem is it doesn't know that it's the same one, so it won't like conflict. I guess it's not a big problem. I guess I could have name validation because the display name has to be different. That has to be a unique field. You can have two maps with the same name. Well, I guess you could, but I don't
That
know.
would be real nice. There's like 2 cases of maps on main where there's already a map with that name and you just can't play it unless you go through the nominate list and click it.
Are you talking about how there's a surf map and a BHAP map with the same name?
No. On Serve, there's 2 maps with the same name, and on Bhop, there's 2 maps with the same name.
Really?
I think on Bhop it's called Ruined, and on Surf actually might have been changed. It might have been fixed.
Netcode. This is a data structure prototype for a database of map things. Map submissions. It's either a map fix to an existing map or submission of a new map for my game. My games. I'm trying to make a map submission system. Should probably be the stream title instead of Golang CRUD, because I'm not doing CRUD anymore. Map submission system. Wow. Wow.
Its name's watching you.
What's it called? Description. Uh, oh, I'll think about that later. Well, maybe I will. Does this also need? Oh my god. Um. Am I regarded? What is going on here? Is that not like entirely wrong? I guess I just wrote it wrong. You goober. Uh. Styles does my game have? Oh.
You alright, man?
Formatting. I realized that I need to include fly trials. Oh my god, bro. The spicy walk style.
When are we getting the 60 styles on main?
$500? What am I doing? Oh. Is it seriously? Oh, I can't believe I did that.
What's wrong with the IDs?
Hmm?
What's wrong with the IDs, man?
Well, if I have a 32-bit bit flag for the styles, that's not gonna work. I would need a 512-bit until I 600 and you 1024. This doesn't exist. I mean, there's probably something in bit flags for this to like deal with this garbage. Okay, so this was, I was like, oh, I could include the automatic time deletion with this, and then like the map admin could like use a drop down menu to delete styles or mark them as like manual delete.
Hmm.
And or I mean, dude, it's a freaking website. You could like have a UI of the like literal leaderboard and click these times, delete them. but I guess that's not ergonomic. I mean, it's more ergonomic than it is now, but like because you can't view the bots. Yeah, so you make Strafe Client in the browser, so you click on the bot and you can see it go.
Okay.
And then wait, well, actually, this could be like back.
Surely you can make a bot decoder.
That's easy. I almost did that recently. Cause like I wrote it, I know it, and the file is there. I wonder.
But then you have to like visualize the map as well.
Well, I already have a converter.
Yeah.
I just have to load a map with the same ID. This is not as hard as you're making it out to be. Like most of everything is already made. It would mostly be like fitting it, shoving it into the web browser, and like embedding it. Dude, that'd be so cool. You could like invoke Strafe Client with the arguments to like play back the bot on the map. So cool. All right. Can be added later. Yeah, these can just be, I can just add them later, but like
So only map council members would be able to flag times as needing deletion, right?
flag. Sorry, what did you say?
Only map I mean council would be able to flag times needing deletion?
I could even make
Or does
that
the map
its
maker do that?
own. Yeah, no, that would not be the map maker. I can make it its own role where the deleter can like change this during the. That's an interesting idea. You could have the deleter role, and only they are allowed to change these fields.
Hmm.
All right, I think I'm gonna do vec of style ID instead of a goddamn bit flag.
Any map council member flagging all styles as needing deletion? Any map council member gonna flag all styles as needing
Yeah, I was
deletion?
thinking that map council, that's not their job. They could like suggest to the person who controls time deletion to do that.
Yeah, that would, yeah.
It was there from the beginning. I don't know. Letting the map fix maker, like that's how I do it on the map tracking GitHub, where like when you submit the map fix, you put it in whichever category it needs to go into. But like with this, you shouldn't be able to accidentally publish without noticing that it's going to delete all the times.
Okay, so if when I submit a map fix, I can go like, this changes gameplay, so let's delete this section of the times and all of fast, for example. And then once it goes into staging or wherever else, Mr. Deleter goes, yep, checks out and then approves that, and then once it gets in, it's like just processed automatically.
Yes. Mm, mm,
If only you could just run the bots, man.
I kind of can though. Like I can have a validator on Roblox as well. Well, I guess that's harder, but I kind of can. Like I can I could use the Strafe client tools, convert the map file, load it, and like trace the bot file and like test for collisions, and like you could like provide some sort of test part, like, oh, I made a new anti-cheat zone, this part specifically, and then you like, I don't know, click on the part or something, and it like marks it as, I don't know, like there could be some kind of automated process to test the bots. It is within the realm of possibility. We have the data, we have custom tooling, like it's within the realm of possibility to make it automatic, but that doesn't cover all cases. There should still be like manual delete times, like, oh, I don't like this guy, I don't want to delete his time. Not for real, but like there's other reasons you would want to delete the times,
Yeah.
other than like they touched this specific part.
I think you could even have the validator just run in game, because the game is like, it's
Oh, yeah, I
obviously
guess
not
when you say it,
100%
actually.
deterministic, but it's so close that I think if you just like brute force it, I guess it'll go through eventually. It'll
Wait,
get the
what?
right.
You're talking like re-simulate the bot?
Yeah, yeah.
No. Uh, well, you could like run each tick and then correct it, because like you have the outputs, and like it would fail
That's
some
true.
ticks. But
It'll
I guess
get
that's
most
your game
right.
plan. Yeah, I guess failing a single tick is invalid, but that's why I was thinking of having like a flag part. Where if you touch the flag part, then it's invalidated, instead
Mm.
of like trusting Roblox to be deterministic.
Gotta remake the whole game with integers, man.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, you're already doing that.
Multiple things in progress. Oy, 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 oy.
Resimulating bots is just so nice. Such a
Mm-hmm. It's such a clean idea. So much emergent features can come out of that.
yeah. It just sounds right.
I'm like an option back. It doesn't just implicitly be empty. It'll like actually not exist.
Let's go Rust types.
I guess it's fine. I'm just like thinking, like, if you have some code that runs to delete times, and it like loops over an empty list, that's like, I would rather have an if statement surrounding it to like not do anything.
Hmm.
Um, Alright, get out of here. Spicy walk. Usually be a hash set. I mean, this is also a hash set. Technically, this is a hash set. And technically, maybe I should also have this. Bitflags is Bitflags. Yeah, I can imagine like the web UI is like checkboxes for bhop serve fly trials. Whereas the old way would be a radial menu. Only choose one.
A radial menu.
Do you know the is it radial or radio? My this thing. Radio.
Oh.
So you can only pick one. Yeah, this guy.
I see. Yeah, that would
As
not
opposed
that
to
would not be
checkboxes.
optimal.
This is like the old way of like, oh, you can only submit a surf map. Mail yourself in a box is surf only.
But it's not.
But it kind of is. I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, but like it could play nice on bhop too. Probably
Yeah.
does.
Yeah, and then fly trials, it's boring. But yeah, it's mostly for fly trials of like which ones to include in fly trials. But and of course Death Run, but Death Run would be basically entirely separate. So yeah, mostly for fly trials. Fly trials
The death run game in question.
the ignored child fly trials. What's a better word?
Abandoned.
Kind of. Closer. I don't get it. I need to know. Distract. Neglected. Got it.
Is it really neglected though? It gets all the maps and updates.
It's just part of the automation. It just just happens to. Run? What do you mean run? Oh, are you allowed to edit this?
What does it run do?
I think it just regenerates the goober. Yeah, okay.
Hmm.
Hi. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this thing. What the hell? A break from homework? I made this diagram. This is going to be how the map submission system works. Is that a sequence diagram? You're right. I had never heard of a sequence diagram before today.
He knows. Is that the final form of the diagram?
I don't know. I haven't built anything yet. I'll probably
True.
it'll probably go through a lot of iteration. This is like version 3 or 4 already. Um, in terms of like what I was planning to do from the beginning.
Oh yeah, when it's a name just smashed your dreams.
Yeah, he was like, this idea is idiotic. You should do this instead. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, what a stupid idea. Who would think of doing that?
No RPC.
F12.
How do
No
they know that's
RPC.
me?
Well, the RPC was already version 2. No, I don't want to write Go code. I don't want to.
No more rusting.
Well. Elite status. Code access. No.
I just so happened to be able to join. Aiden missed it all. European.
Did 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 it fail to delete it? Um. Making future branches is actually easy. It's true, unless you don't know how to do it. It's easy once you know how. Yeah, you could just like getting into Git is as easy as just adding everything and pushing. Everything to the comment, push. Add everything to the comment, push. And now you're using Git, and you can see the past versions. And then you can get more picky as you learn about Git.
The Lua game is what got me using Git.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Had to learn it.
How much other like repositories have you interacted with since then? That's learning.
Basically everything I do has a repo now.
Yeah. And that's like your own projects you use Git or
Yeah.
other people's projects uh, contributing to
I
open source or closed source? Anything?
yeah, use Git there too. everywhere.
Yeah, Git is that's the way. Version control. It's like everything else is like way less popular. SVN. Wow.
It's just convenient.
For the most part. Oh, I didn't do. I mean, I guess it's fine. Learn Go and Rust. Is this a good idea? Learning anything is a good idea. Invest in yourself. Like, if you learn something, then like you can use it and like, leverage it, and if you don't learn it, you just get older and you learn to nothing and there's no benefit. It's just there's only positive. It's a obviously if you have the opportunity to learn, you should always do it.
You have nothing to lose.
Mm-hmm. Um,
Sanity. Maybe with Rust.
should I have a separate status for replaced? Because like rejected is like, ooh, rejected.
But wait,
So
what?
like if you submit a map fix and then the map council tests it and they're like, oh, this isn't gonna work. Can you submit a new version? In this layout status enum, they would reject the old version that you submitted and then accept a new one that you submit with the fixes. I guess they could also bump it back to changes requested. That would probably be
I
better.
th- yeah, I think it would go into changes requested.
Holy smokes, that's so much better. Okay. Whew. Okay, rejected. Remains as is. Push force. Force it. Push. I changed it. No. It's so hard. I don't want to write Golang. Right, I gotta do this thing. Alright, I gotta have this open. Ooh, maybe I should have it over here.
Surely once you get started, it won't be that bad.
Why is this cut off? Doesn't matter. Do I have 6 open still? I do. This is the old diagram, and then the new diagram is this guy. So new, old, new, old, new, old. Yeah.
The old one is so vibrant and alive.
Colorful. It's got character.
This one is like all monochrome and boring.
So this is sort of like public API maps. I guess no. The public API would do the public API. If there was going to be a like map test interface to the public API, it would literally use the literal public API. So don't worry about that here. Get out of here. No, yeah, I guess that's true. Does need a get request. What's that? Schemas. Is there such a thing as a user?
Would be more of a creator now.
Um. Uh. Well, I don't want to check who's submitting the map by username. That's silly. And like you can enter anything for username, and that's just like a data field. Learning Vim. Comparable to Sublime in terms of regular editing. I haven't gotten into any terminal editors. Time is not real at all. Is there a map filter? No. Whoa. Okay, let's look. Oh. Oh. Whoa. Is it literally the exact same? Limit. You're limited to 100 pages? On the public API. Why would there be a maximum of 100? Oh, objects. Okay, the limit of the number of objects. Okay. Ooh. Map. Wrong. What? Create? I need to make my schnitzel. But I don't know, I'm kind of. I don't really like eating on stream because I eat so slowly. So it's just me sitting there eating for half an hour. $20.22. What? What the hell was that? X. Why X? Don't X me. Oh. Oh. I mean, that's a bit more than tweaks, but. I need to do more things. Alright, I'm curious. Go build. It just builds? Okay. Wild. I see. It made an extra file. That binary. Oh my god. It's not all gonna be this.
Is that maps? It's like pipelines.
It's like map test. I don't know. It's like heavily related to map test. But then like maps. It's not maps. It's like in test maps and testing. Okay, let's make a list. This is right here. Why did that do that? Oh, that's what that is. Okay. Cool, love to see it. Great job. Power moves, keep it up. Why can't I press this? What? Oh, it's doing something weird. I see. Okay. Okay. Okay, so can I have a comment? Be like, oh, I'm a comment. Okay, okay. Create. Submit. Accept. Publish. Complete. Okay, well, isn't that just wonderful? Why are you angry? Tabs are not allowed. That's okay. Whatever you say, Dad. YAML formatter is the boss of me. You're not my dad. Deeply funny. Cool. 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 Okay, so does that mean that I need more? Is that the... Can I not click both of these? Bro. Okay, so this is like all these are well, okay. Create, submit, accept is like yeah. Okay, so this is like status. All three of these. Shut the up. Oh my god, bro. I don't want to write business logic in Golang. I want to have Rust algebraic types. I want to represent my data structures. I want to have compile time verified type checking with like. I guess you can get that in Golang. You can like call objects and stuff. Golang. It's go time. Not yet. Okay, so there's like special rules for all of these statuses. Where like only an admin can transition from phase 2 to phase 1, or only a reviewer. And that's not even true. Like it's only validated or accepted. You can go back to changes requested, and then only the owner can change from under construction or changes requested to submitted. YAML time first. Yeah, YAML. Okay, so I guess I should like that's a finite state machine. This is like a finite state machine, and so you need certain privileges to make certain state transitions. Why don't I write that down? Valid state transitions and their required roles. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, owner can do under construction to submitted with 1E. And then owner can also do changes requested to submitted. Oh my god. Tab. All right, I'm just gonna do big bean. I guess this is submitter. This is a good idea. Amazing. Nope. Okay, so set status. So what, like slash status? I guess that would be like get post. You could just use HTTP get post. You'll have to provide your role. You have to say my role is reviewer. So the website would have to interact with something. I guess it would be authorization. I don't know, man. You'd have a user. You'd say, I don't know how that works.
Wouldn't you have auth?
Yeah. I'm saying I don't know how that works.
Mm.
Reviewer can do the most state transitions. Okay, what about should it be accepted validating? Maybe it should. So that makes more sense, I think. Um, um, I don't know. Actually, reviewer should be able to. Trigger this. Any reviewer should be able to trigger a revalidate. Okay, so then I don't need my own role. Because I like affect it externally. And then I can just be a normal reviewer. I can go like, yes, re-trigger the validation. I can just go in and click that button. Or I can say, I did it. And then a map council member can just trigger the validation again. No way. You could make this like this is a finite state machine. You can make it into a diagram, flowchart of. Okay. So now there's a dedicated state for maps that did not pass validation and have outstanding scripts that I need to review. Cool. So now I can just query that specific state in my front end that like has a little thing or something. I guess I can use my like existing review stuff and just upload it to the repo. Its name said that was jank. I don't want a web editor. That's cringe. Or maybe it's fine.
What do you mean web editor?
Like script review. What's the script review process for me?
Didn't you want like a place for people to like pick and choose pre-approved scripts?
Yeah, I could do that later. Yeah, so that would be like how that would be like database stuff would be better. Ugh. I guess my Git just looks dumb. Like where's the thing? Hello, the thing. Seriously? Oh, there it is. Oh, I reviewed some scripts. Like every single comment is just the same message. So Git is not needed. I could instead use a database.
I see.
Oh my god. But like, for scripts to be searchable, they need to have like tags on them, and like, it needs to have a description and like a title and stuff. It needs to you need to be able to find what you're looking for, you know? You can't just look through 500 scripts.
I mean, I feel like half the scripts are just sky dot parent equals lighting.
Yeah, the 95% of the scripts are lighting and boosters. But like, That's, I mean, that's what you're mostly going to use it for. I guess I should have, yeah, I should have like templates. I guess I should have, maybe it doesn't need to be this. Maybe I just have like a special useful scripts thing that's like 10 scripts or something that's like, here's how to do a booster, and like it doesn't have any values in the script, so you can just like set the value somewhere else. Or I guess you literally don't need a script anymore, because like when you move the map, it changes the, it doesn't reset the velocity anymore, so you don't need a script. Anyways, but like that could be something separate. It doesn't need to be this. I could have like a standard lighting script, a standard, I guess, booster. Because like, I guess booster because you want to have a height. Yeah.
Customizable templates.
Yeah, and use like number value. As sad as that is.
That is so bad.
Well, how else are you gonna have a template that doesn't change? So you can just paste it in and it's pre-approved. Oh, I got, yeah, well, pre-approved. I mean, I guess this is like pre-approved scripts, I suppose. So I guess I would have a curated like pre-approved like important scripts, like templates that you would actually want to use instead of like just like every script that's ever been submitted to the game. I can think about that later. Incredible. So, submitter is dynamically assigned based on this. I guess this is submitter. Yeah, so if it's still submitted, it hasn't been accepted yet. And so you should be able to still change like the model name and stuff. Creator display name. I'm thinking like, how do you make this as convenient as possible for the map makers? I'm thinking like, if your map is under construction or submitted, and you like upload you load a new version on the map test place, that's when it can hook and update the current version that's submitted to like the latest version automatically. So it can do like an auto update as soon as you load the map. Like it can't really monitor the models like it could, but that's like spamming Roblox API. When you load the map on map test, it could see, oh, is this a newer version than is on the database? So I think model ID is actually the database ID. Does that work? No, because you can like, no, it doesn't work. Cool. Create. Okay, so there's get. What is okay? What are the other? Okay. HTTP methods list. Oh my. Okay, so get, post, put. Okay, so it's like you got get and you got post. Create new submission. No. There's gonna be so many. Can I just say, oh, there's no content? It's just like, oh yeah, you did it. You created the map. I guess it'll be frickin' the map ID or some business. Oh, that's not true. God damn it. Do I return the whole thing? I guess I do. What did, is it like type object or something? Oh. Oh. Hmm. Okay, so that's create, and then so what? Status. Oh my gosh! So I need like. I guess you don't really need get because you can just get the whole map instead. You don't need to get the status. So, is it? Do you think it's put or post? Because like the status already exists. Patch. I see. Okay, so patch a map. It's not directly doing it. It's like it needs to like check. Uh, okay. Okay. Oof. Like I want to have a single thing that could just change the whole thing, but then have like individual things for like, oh well, no, I guess it doesn't really make sense. Like I want like a layer that knows who's allowed to do what, and then the layer that can just change the whole thing. Like the patch. I guess I just don't have a field for it. But like, I do need a field for this. I need to. I don't want to like check arbitrary patches. I want to have a method. I just want to have like, you have these roles and you're calling this method, and then it does the change instead of like it has to like detect if this arbitrary change is allowed, if what roles you have. Like that's too general. Like I want status patch, status patch, and then completed patch, and then like model patch. I don't know. Pain. It's too raw. I want the RPC. I don't want general patch. Like the game for maps can edit any field of the map with its put or patch request. I don't remember. It can edit any field. I don't want that. I want specific operations so I can just check the role and then do the operation. Instead of like having to check every single field and then do a patch or something. I don't know. So what are you allowed to change? One, two, three, four, five. 6, 7, 8, 9 different things. I hate it. Like, this is which fields are mutable and which fields are immutable. I don't think it makes sense to change which model you're trying to upload. I mean, maybe it's fine. Maybe this whole, maybe that would make it so much simpler, so. So these are all the mutable fields. Okay, so I can actually list out the mutability conditions. But it's not separate. If you spin a new mod, like it updates both. You can actually do that in anywhere. So the submission fields could actually be generated on publish, except for the games. Like the games would need to be a form field, but it's just convenient for display. Pain. This is also pain. Pain. Like, I need like a get name or something. Ugh. Ugh. Pain. Pain. I don't want this to exist. Did I seriously start doing this? Yeah. Oh, it's right there. Wait, no, it's not. What? Why am I changing that one? Okay, I was changing the wrong one. Okay. Status, yeah. Okay, so instead of having like direct status. Okay, I see. Actually, patch. Okay, so the patch request could be for these two things only. And then I have a dedicated status one and a dedicated it's a submission type. Submission. This is a submission. It's not a map, it's submission. And this is new or something. It's like submission type. And then this is like, this is a fix, and this is a new map. And then this is a submission, and then and you can't call it type, so it has to be submission type. Oh, this is wrong. So you don't need status get because you have map get. You don't need that. I want to make my schnitzel. They want me to use a saucepan, but that's crazy. Excuse the microwave. I wish I had tiny bowls. My parents have these like small Japanese bowls that are just so perfect for like sauce, dipping sauce and stuff. So nice. Okay, get on status. Don't need it. Patch status. Like that needs to be called from a secure context. Well, it needs to have like a cookie. I guess there's two ways to do a cookie or API key. I don't know. Each API key has permissions. Like, I guess the permissions, the roles, should be the context, and like I should assume that it's already figured out and it'll work or something. I don't know. Joined. Raiders. Hello. You want to see... I changed the stream title, map submission system. It used to be Golang CRUD app. I'm sitting here staring at this YAML file for hours. I got a nice diagram here. Where's the diagram? Number 6. Right here. This, I'm making that. It's say map, well, yeah, stream title map submission system. And I gotta like make all of these things. I'm just like in the design phase, like taping out the, what even I need to do. What do I even need to make? And I have never made anything like this. So this is a learning experience. I've only made games and like command line tools and done like programming. So this is my first foray into like cloud stuff, services, server. Well, I have a server and stuff, but I haven't really written my own services. This is gonna take a long time, like at least a month, I think. But I think it will be good for my game. A map submission system to organize the way maps are added to the game, to like remove me from blocking the submission pipeline, because like there's multiple stages when submitting maps to the game right now. It's a completely manual process where I can block the process. I used to play a Roblox game all the time. Then I switched to coding. Is that mutually exclusive? You can do both. I guess I'm not doing both. That's only because Roblox doesn't work anymore, though. So sad. Yeah. Ooh, what is this, like patch map status? Parameters, like I don't know. I don't understand. I'm just gonna write something as hopefully it yells at me. Oh, nice, good. Okay, status. Is that allowed? What's allowed? Query. Oh. Nice. Okay. Oof. Integer 32. Cool. Back on Windows. I see. You know. Knower.
I'm on Windows right now.
No. Come back. What's the return value? Nothing? Am I allowed to just say nothing? Default error? Huh? Oh, I see. Nothing, right? It's just like, oh, status. So I need like map patch. Ooh, I should be able to do that with like nah. I guess it's all different. So it's like set model, and that'll like do both, and that's like the only submitter can use that, and then set completed. And that's only the map test place can do that. And then the stuff inside of here has its own stuff. And the status has its own thing already. I already wrote that. I don't know. Is this dumb? Probably. But I gotta like try before I get its name to yell at me. Got raided while I was away. Welcome to staring at code. This is not even code. This is a YAML file. What code editor are you using? This is Zeditor. Is it on Windows yet? Is Zeditor released on Windows? Apple. Linux. Nope. So you can build it yourself, but Windows users in shambles. I like it because it's open source and it's written in Rust. It's like Sublime Text, but open source and written in Rust. And like maybe a bit, well, it's very similar. Like I was quite happy with Sublime Text, and like the only reason is because I have a Rust obsession and open source obsession. So it launches fast, and it works good, and it crashes when I do this. Nice, but like open, boom, there it is. So opening. I don't even, never even tried to use VS Code. I don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Actually, I have used it like briefly when I was being introduced. Very speedy. Yeah, they recently posted a blog post about their text data structure of like how the text is stored to be as fast to manipulate as possible. They posted another blog post about it. They also wrote about it previously. And there's more fun things about it again. And like when you're posting about your data structures and algorithms, you know you're having a good time. I don't like this. I don't like this like amount of layering. I want more layers. I want to like have generic requests, and then the context is managed from a higher layer. So it's like you could just do anything, and then you can't do anything. I have all my games here. Yes. Why does it have to use a different file system? You could put all your games on your server, on the network drive. It's a Name does that. He's got all his games installed on a network drive. You can access them from Linux and Windows because it's a network drive. I never got NFS working on Windows, but it's apparently supposed to work. Git patch. I don't want to maps patch. I think that all of the changes are like grouped enough to have their own, and like specific enough to have their own thing instead of like a generic edit submission. Is this maps or is this submissions? It's submissions. Because it's like something that you want to get into the game. It doesn't exist yet. Was there a bug? Is this... I guess I could call this like submissions. I could be like... Just instead of like map test, maps, it's submissions. And it's submissions. I don't know. Let's try it. Maybe I'll be happy with it. I'm always happy. Map submissions. Because, like, it's not technically the same as a map. It's a mission. Last time I tried dual booting, I destroyed my drive twice. I hope you had backups. Maps. What dat? Mush. Query? Isn't that... Hold up. Header path. What about the body? I guess there's no parameter. So it would just be a JSON. Content. Am I allowed to say like, hey? So none. Is that a tab? No, okay. Okay, content is only there. Tabs aren't allowed. Okay, so what am I looking at? YAML. Why did it just do that? That is like Z moment right there. Z editor being bad. Oh my god, bro. Okay. Model. Model. I don't know. Okay. Have a good rest of your stream. I'm probably gonna stop soon. I'm getting irritable with this because I don't really know what to do. Status model. So verbose. Oh, I don't need to get. Okay, I don't need to get. This is so bad. Mm. Boolean? Are you allowed to say bool or boolean? No, you're just allowed to say anything. Okay. Who knows? Wait, is that even real? I don't know. Oh, that's not right. Oh my god, there is a bug. There's a tiny bug that is too tiny to see without it looking blurry. It's flying right in front of my eyes. Or maybe it's a spider hanging from the ceiling. Wouldn't that be lovely? Right in front of my eyes. Oh, I'd be so pleased.
Spider-Man.
Alright. I'm done.
No more YAML.
Yeah. I'm gonna go make my schnitzel. And then do whatever I do.
I believe it is time for me to go to sleep.
Sleep.
1 a.m. Yep.
Alright, well, it all ends.
It ends right here, right now.
Goodbye. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Alright. I press this button. And I press this button. And then I press this button. We go to the full screen view of my face. And I say goodbye. How do I exit streaming land? Stop. Okay. Cool. So a lot of stuff was figured out today. Namely the cloud architecture, which I was very unsure about at the beginning of the day, and I knew that I would not be able to get anything done if I didn't figure that out. So I called its name, who is a cloud architect by occupation, professional cloud architect, and that was sorted. That was absolutely sorted. So cloud architecture determined. And so I can spend the next few weeks learning all about making clouds. Dark cloud. Yeah. Streaming Monday to Friday. Except for last Friday, I kind of was like, meh, and I didn't want to stream. I just was not. I'm trying to ease in back to the working life. I had a long time off. Last month was off. Because I said so. I am my own boss, and I said it's no work. Anyways, I'm back to work. This is what I'm doing. It's going good. Getting started. Goodbye.